Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust is blue. 80 knots, thrust set. 5500. 3 rotate.
Check, check. Testing 1, 2, 3. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to another 777 live stream coming at you from the International Terminal at Los Angeles. Should have been there today, real world, but you guys made me drop my trip Monday, Tuesday, so here we are yet again, 2 in a row. I would have streamed yesterday, y'all, but I went fishing. Weather was too nice, so do apologize for that. But here we are, as promised, going live on Tuesday. A little bit late on the notification. I apologize for that. There was a lot of things I was taking care of around the house, and I was like, I would love to sneak in one stream. I had to come down into town to get some chicken food anyway, so I said, perfect opportunity. We'll do a short long haul, if that makes any sense, with a little green dot included up at cruise. When it came to the livery choice, there was only one livery left to choose, and that is the Aero Mexico 777 livery. This is another bare metal aluminum or brushed aluminum bare metal livery that I absolutely love. The good thing too is this has the GE engine, so we've flown the Rolls-Royce, we've flown the Pratts, and now we are flying the GE. So we'll have seen all 3 engine variants after today's stream. I have not done a single flight on this engine variant, so I'm going to experience the sounds with you live for the first time. I did update. There was a new update for PMDG for the beta, I guess not beta testers, but like content creator version that they so graciously sent out to me and a few others. So I've updated it. There are some fixes. Some have to do with like reverser animation sounds and all that stuff too. So I'm kind of curious to see if we notice a difference. But we're up to date. We're ready to go. And we're locked and loaded. I got a little bit of coffee left. Once we get to cruise, I'm going to have to leave for about 5 minutes. I'm going to walk over to Starbees and get some tea for our in-flight entertainment. So Bill's Mafia, what's up, man? Thank you for the 16 months of support. Bare Metal Juice, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Wingnut's in the house. Isn't it Aero America now? What's up, Wingnut? Good to see you, man. Yeah, good to see you. I won't say anything. Holden Dalton, what's up, man? Good to see you. Vegas in there. Zach Lee one's in the house. Callie Simmer, how are you doing, Callie Simmer? Beautiful day here in LA. You're missing out. It does look beautiful, but I can experience the beauty from the comfort of my own V1 HQ, right? So I will be headed out to LA, though, next week. I got a quick turn. Oh, Spiritual Wangs on departure. That was sweet. That was sweet. Love seeing that 3. That looked like a 321 Neo almost. Or was it a regular CEO? Anyway, thoughts on the Synaptic 220 hype? We'll talk all about that later, my friend. All I saw were the screenshots. I didn't read anything. I just looked at the screenshots. I will say from a pure visual aspect, the screenshots look amazing. So that's all I know about it. I know Full Flap Simulations is a 220 driver, IRL. So I will be deferring to him for all of your 220 needs. Maybe we can get him on live on the channel or something and see what he thinks about it. But yes, we will be looking into the 220. I might actually read some of that once we get to cruise because I don't know anything about it. I just kind of put it in the back of my mind like, oh, it'll probably never come out. And now we have a big update. So that is exciting. We'll skip the rest of the shout-outs. Thank you all for tuning in. Welcome in. Glad to have you all here. I do know that somebody said, when are we going to do Barry Seal Tour de Americas? I have not forgot. Barry got hung up. The tariffs are holding up his Garmin install there in Eureka. And I'm hoping for this next weekend we'll be able to do some type of Barry. But every weekend I've been swamped, y'all. Next weekend it's even one of my other daughter's birthday. So I got a birthday this weekend and then just a lot of stuff happening. So it's hard to find weekend time to stream for Barry Seal Tour de Americas. We might have to knock out a few during the week. But yes, it is not forgotten. It is not forgotten. The tariffs affecting Barry, indeed. Just smuggle the Garmin in. Well, Barry may or may not be on this Aero Mexico 777 to pick up some equipment down there in Mexico City, right, Infian? Good to see you, man. How's hopefully Midway is doing good for you, living over there in Midway. Avoid tariffs and buy American. Amen to that, brother. All right, Mad Cat, welcome to Pilot. Glad to have you here, man. Welcome to the channel. I'm going to go ahead and I guess that doesn't reset. I bound a new key to toggle the camera view. I was trying to get my stuff set up like 2020, but it doesn't quite work. So I still have to figure that out. I had the drone cam key bindings down pat in 2020. In 2024, I'm still working. I'm sure the CIA can help Perry out, possibly. All right, here we go. Let's fire up this airplane. It's cold and dark yet again. So we'll go ahead and get the battery switch on. With the battery switch on, we don't need to have the ground power hooked up. Who did that? Who forgot to turn on the ground power? Come on, Infian. I told you to connect ground power while you're at the gate here. Ground connecciones. Ground power request from the jetway, please. Thank you. Going up top. Primary. I'm not even sure if you do both. I would imagine you do both. I'm not sure. But primary and secondary are coming up. Let's go ahead and get the IFE powered on because we're going to need that later. Ataroos are coming up to the align. Everything stays in the auto position. No smoking is on. Seatbelts are off. That all looks good. Throw the logo light on just because that's our SOP. That all looks good. We'll leave hydraulics as is. Emergency exit lights are armed. Fuel pages, everything is set. Everything is auto and about as Airbus as you can get. With the screens coming to life, we'll come on down here. We'll start initializing our box once we get an option to do so. I did bind some new wing views. LAX on the ground, Stutterfest. This is not the new enhanced LAX from Mini Builds. I'm running just whatever the default scenery is. I'm just rocking that because after our last stream, custom scenery 2024 is all dead to me. Until people start making legitimate 2024 sceneries instead of trying to make things compatible, I always have issues, man. You guys saw Cancun, we had issues. Even though it's compatible, it's like I got terrain showing through the terrain. So I wasn't going to go about spending $20 more on the Any store to get an enhanced LAX scenery to have more issues. So payware sceneries are dead to me, unless maybe I can get a 5090 and we'll ditch the AMD. Can't wait to buy my $6,000 made iPhone next year. Matthew Presley, did y'all hear about that? I didn't realize that Apple, they had like an emergency shipment of like two 747s completely full of just iPhones. I mean, that's pretty wild. So, all right, looks like everything is slowly coming to life. Here's our FMC. We'll go ahead and get clicking on this. We'll do the pause and knit here from the GPS. Beautiful. We'll head over to the route page. Well, first we'll do that here, and let's go ahead and do a route request. LA to Mexico City. Why isn't it in there? Let's go ahead and LAX to Mexico City. I was kind of messing around with my sim brief. Let's pull this over here. There we go. LAX, Mexico City, and let's go here. EFB. We have it here. Request new data from SimBrief. We've got everything loaded in here. There she is. SimBrief route. Let's go ahead and load it up. Now I am going to go ahead and increase our payload a little bit so we get a little bit more juice coming out of here because we just have so much performance in the 777. We need to load it up a little bit more. Not quite the size of the 747. It was 6 smaller cars. Oh, really? I thought it was 5. I thought it was like 3. The Infian said 5 747s. I don't know, man. I thought it was definitely 747s. They didn't actually use 747s. Oh, so it was just a shipment that was... I forget where I heard that from. So it was a shipment with like the equivalent of what a 747 could carry, but they didn't actually use 747s. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I don't know. I like my story better then. My story was cooler. Last minute charter, 747s, full iPhones. Come on now. Rain on my parade. Let's go ahead and set payload. And we'll set the block fuel. That's what we need according to SimBrief with a 13.2 of reserve. With that loaded in, we'll select the route here. It's going to do a route request. It's going to bring in all this information. Looking at LAX, winds 260 at 11. ATC is online. LA Center is online. And we did get our clearance already. Top altitude 39,000 feet with a squawk of 1016. We'll throw that here in the box as soon as we load this route up. There's our ding dong. Where are the Duke streams? Can't wait to see those again. I'm hooked. D-Doom, I'm sorry, man. I was just talking about that earlier when we went live. They will continue. Do not worry. They will continue. I've just had so much... I kind of shot myself in the foot when I said we're only going to do those on the weekend. I'm so busy on the weekends, man. In this coming weekend, I got my middle daughter's birthday, and then I got some more stuff on Sunday, but I'm really going to try. We may have to start doing some during the week just to catch up, but like I said, Barry has been affected by the tariffs, so he's actually on this 777 down to Mexico City to pick up a package and bring it back. So I think it'll be coming sooner than later. All right, we've got everything uplinked here. Beautiful, beautiful. That's us. Aeromexico 357. Activate, execute. Well, wonderful. Let's go to the perf init page here. Zero fuel weight checks out 361. Gross of 417. 38 cost index. Those are rookie numbers. Let's bump those up to at least 99. Oh, it won't let me change it here. That's right, because it doesn't make sense. We'll change it on the other page. 410 is the final. We'll accept. That all looks good. Thrust limit, we're going to come back to that. Let's go ahead and set our departure arrival. 25 right for departure today. 25 right, and I know what we filed, but clearance did give us, yes, Panda 2 to Tecate. Panda 2. Tecate. Route execute. Back to the index here. Let's go to Mexico City. That one, I'm not sure what we will get eventually, but let's just put in our filed 5 right off the Dara 3. So we'll load in the ILS Zulu on the Dara 3. And if we look at our charts, I love having this here. It's so handy. This is one of my favorite features of the PMDG 777, being able to bring this EFP down here. Dara 3, we'll just... Was it 3 alpha? Yeah, 3 alpha. We'll pin you. For the approaches, 5 right. I've selected the Zulu, which that looks pretty spicy off of Ukten. What's the X-ray look like? X-ray is mid. Yankee is okay. Zulu looks definitely more juicy. We got 2 turns. So let's do this one off Ukten. Execute. That looks good. Legs page is set. Let's go back to departures on the Panda Express. Man, my last... Oh, chat. I didn't even tell you about my turn I did. So Sunday I had a turn. It's my first flight in 2 weeks. Real world. And those are stars, that's why. It's like, oh, it'll be a simple turn to Tampa and back. We get three plane swaps, almost a 3-hour delay, and when I finally get back to base Sunday night after midnight, guess what? Open the jet bridge door. Oh, hello, Captain. It's your turn for a drug test. Drug test. Which, I mean, obviously I'm clean. It just is another 45 minutes of time wasted I got to do on a Sunday night at 1 o'clock in the morning. I was like, this turn was not worth it, Jet. Not worth it. But I'm actually glad we dropped our Monday trip because I didn't get home till almost 3 o'clock in the morning. And I would have been rough on the sleep there. Oh, and the best part, I forgot to tell you, first time in 15 years, I left my crew ID badge at home. So not only did all of that happen, I get to the airport and I realize I left my crew ID badge at the house. Had to go through a whole bunch of procedures to get to the airplane. Let me tell you, chat, TSA would have thought that I was a terrorist. I mean, I had to go to 3 different TSA guys to and I wasn't even, I mean, I had all my other IDs, had all my other stuff, had my pilot's license, medical. I carry everything separate for that specific reason. I know some guys actually put their medical and their pilot certificate and their crew badge all in one little pouch. Good thing I didn't do that because if you just miss your crew ID badge, there's procedures in place, but it's relatively easy because you just get a ticket and you go through like a normal passenger would go through with just your boarding pass and regular ID. But oh no, it was a whole nother process for me. So anyway, might end up being a podcast at one point. Let's go ahead and finish loading up the box here. Jay Funari, thanks for the $3 super chat, man. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. I had to work this week. Hey, man. That's true. But I flew with the #1 first officer in base, which is pretty cool. So we had some good conversation, and it's good, man. I love my job. When trips, even in the midst of all that stuff going wrong, at the end of the day, I still love my job. All right, here we go. That's us, Panda 3, going all the way out to Tecate. That checks out. I think that all looks good, chat. I think we're all pretty much good. So let's go ahead and we'll get rid of Mr. Robert Randazzo's hand there from our EFB menu. Let's come back down, and you know what? Let's add some more weight. So let's go to init perf, and then I'm going to come over here to PMDG actions, aircraft. No. Go back. Wrong one. FS actions. Payload, passengers. We're going to fill this bird up. Okay, so that changes our ZFW 394 to 394.2. Let's add an extra 1,000 or 30,000. So we're set there. We got enough fuel. Passenger level 100%. Payload level. Hold on, return. I was wondering if I could change just the cargo level. Let's run that up to 70% of tariff. 70% of tariffs going in. So now zero fuel weight 416. We're going to update that one more time. 416.6 on the new ZFW. Wonderful. All right. Now, let's just go ahead and let's go back to return. Let's go back here. Let's go back to FMC, legs page. And fuel on board is still 56. Gross weight checks out. That all looks beautiful. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and spin up the APU. Let's get our fuel tank pumps on. Boom, boom. You can change your CI now. I will. Yeah, I'll change it here in a minute. 250-hour move. Thanks, Eddie. I know. Definitely a 250-hour move, man. First time, like I said, 15 years. Maybe even longer than that. Let's see. 2009, 10. So if it was 2010, it's how many years has that been? 15 years, yeah. 15 years. I've never left a crew badge at home. Happened to me. Are you on Sim Update 2, Captain? JJ, what's up, my man? Negative. We are Sim Update 1. Sim Update 2 is still beta, right, JJ? Don't be teasing me with the Sim Update 2 stable nonsense. I am still on Sim Update 1 stable. AJ says, at least I have to say vodka would be able to help you pass the drug test real. Oh my gosh. Dude, it's a process. Because I've taken drug tests for other jobs and stuff, but man, DOT drug tests is lengthy. Got to get on it. Way better perf. I'm waiting till it's stable, JJ. Wait till it's stable. Throwing a bunch of Gordies in the cargo bay. You know it, Wingnut. Dude, I'm so stoked. We're going tomorrow morning. So if you want to stream tomorrow, dude, you should stream because tomorrow I'm going down to Bauer Precision to pick up some special stuff. And on Thursday, we're going to Shields. I'm going to see if Shields has a Colt bolt carrier group because I don't know if I want to wait for that one to ship. But my lower just shipped today as well. So lowers shipped, Can's ready to be picked up. I just need the bolt now. All right, APU is running. I can confirm. Let's go ahead and disconnect that. With that disconnected, auto, on, check. Window heat, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are all on. Should get some bleed power here, or bleed air soon. I can hear it kind of cut off. Ground ops. Let's go to ground maintenance. We don't need that. Let's go ahead and close all doors. And arm all doors. We'll come back to that after they close it up. Ground vehicle, let's go ahead and release all of the vehicles. Ground connections, we'll release ground power. We'll release the air conditioning unit. I guess we'll release the jet bridge. With the jet bridge released, removing the wheel chocks. Go back to our doors. We're still closing aft cargo. I think she's closed up now. Closed. Arm all. Wonderful. I'm going to go back to EFB. And I'm just going to leave it on the taxi page. 10-9. Charlie Alpha. 10-9 right here. Full screen you. Excellent. Throw you down there. Let's go ahead and run it. So let's get the beacon light on. Insufficient fuel, you say? What if we drop our reserves down to 10,000? Okay, there we go. Drop our reserves down to 10,000. Now we should be good to go. All right, we're going to do a high-speed climb out. Yeah, we're doing high-speed climb out. LA Center's on 2652. Let's give them a ring and let's put in our squawk code, and it's time to kick the tires and light the fires. That's what Wingnut used to always say before he jumped into his F-18. 2652, squawk 10 of 16. 1016, above, on TARA. Love it. Here we go. LA Center. LA Center, good afternoon. Amero, Mexico, 357 at gate 157. Push and start.
Air Mexico 357. Which airport are you coming from?
I'm sorry about that. We're on the ground here, LAX gate 157, ready for push and start.
Air Mexico 157. Contacts hotel approach 128.05.
Ah, that's my bad again. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Top-down controlling.
Wing 671 coming back from a computer crash. Are you on frequency?
Wing 671.
Wing 671 Las Vegas altimeter 3001. Descend via the Rounders 3 arrival.
If it was top-down controlling, the center is above departure. So it's not. VATSIM needs to change their methodology. Or it's bottom-up. Bottom-up controlling, chat. All right, let's try this. 2805. Let's actually get the ATIS so we don't sound like super new. We have ATIS information hotel. SoCal departure. Good afternoon, Aero Mexico 357. On the ground at LAX with hotel. Push and start, please.
Mexico 357. Stand by.
That doesn't sound good.
Ship 1189 here.
Ramp
ground
uncontrolled.
tank.
I know,
Have
I know,
ground
I
control
know.
or just taxi.
No, we have ground control as well.
I know it's been
Ship
for 2
89, just go ahead and
decades,
taxi into the gate.
but for 2 decades it's been wrong, Tender.
Ship 1189 taxi to gate.
It's been wrong for 2 decades. It's
Yeah,
bottom-up
Limerick's a pretty
controlling.
simple airport.
I'm just going to push.
It's overcomplicated, I guess.
No kidding.
SoCal approach. We got an American 777 Heavy to our left that's backing up. We're right behind.
Bearing 136, can you hold in position? You on frequency?
No.
Okay, from holding position. Sorry about that, American 136.
Yeah, tell your tug guys to watch behind them for other aircraft. Delta 135, what's your ETA for your taxi?
Ivail Premium? This sounds like Ivail regular level surface.
Delta 135 Heavy 25, right? Taxi via Charlie 10, Bravo. Thanks for the heads up.
All right, Mustafa, screw it. Let's do it. Let's push. Let's block this Delta. Oh, no, he's rolling. I don't know if we'll be able to push. I got an alt-P.
Look behind you for the Delta. He's going to be taxiing toward the south. Once he gets beyond your starboard wing.
Ooh, starboard.
Go ahead and push on into the alley there.
We're looking, American 136.
See, he's giving him a push clearance, and y'all are telling me to just push. So who do I listen
American
to?
1, winds 25011, 25 left, clear land. Thanks. American 1.
Why is he stuttering, or are we stuttering?
American
I think he's
136,
stuttering.
push tail to the left,
No, maybe
please.
I'll be stuttering. Yeah, we're stuttering,
Delta
too.
left, American 136.
Welcome to LAX on the ground.
Air Mexico 357 Heavy, push and start approved, tail to the right into the alley, and caution, the 777 is also pushing onto the alley. He's northeast of you.
Okay, we got him in sight. We'll give way, push approved, tail the alley. Air Mexico 357.
Well, don't give way to him. Just make sure you don't hit him when you're backing up.
Okay, we'll cut him off. Air Mexico 357.
There you go.
I like it.
East Locale, Delta 294 Heavy. Any chance we can push on to
Alt-P.
Charlie?
Delta 294.
I wish the real rampers would do that to us.
Ready to go.
Yeah, don't give way to him. Just don't hit him.
294.
I love
want
it.
you to push all the way around. Tail
Brakes
left,
release, clear to push.
onto taxiway Charlie.
This ought to be interesting
Make
because
sure
we have
nose
default pushback
is
too,
west
so we shall
of
see.
Delta
Team traffic.
10, 'cause I'm going to have two others coming out while you're spooling up.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Push on to Charlie.
Watch.
Face east,
Oh, no, don't push
nose,
us that way.
west of Delta
Don't push us
10,
that way.
94.
Don't push us that way. Don't.
Everyone,
No.
welcome to LA.
No.
Exit right when able.
No. Alt P,
Able.
you're going the wrong way. Alt P. How do you change the default tug direction?
Jet 0 Hotel Echo.
Oh,
runway
no.
25 left, line up and wait.
Runway 25.
We're going to just stop it right here.
0 Hotel. Okay.
We can make a right turn. Alt P, stop. Stop.
Approach Delta
Stop.
31 and Delta 8 taxi.
We can make a right turn. We can make a right turn
Delta
360 here.
631, 24 left taxi via Delta 8 Echo. Delta 8 Echo. Delta 631.
Shift P?
No, 631.
let's
Pick up
stop.
information hotel.
We can make the right turn. He'll never.
Yeah, we did
no
have
one
that.
will ever know. No one will ever know. All right, let's go ahead and
Yeah,
start
by
him
the
up.
way, I have to make sure that you have it. So yeah, thanks.
Here we go. Oh, we can't look at that one. Starting to.
Air Mexico 357. Are you pushing tail to the right?
Yeah, our tug driver, they broke down. We can make this right turn out of here. We stopped our push. We got clearance to make a right turn all the way around.
All right. These tug guys, man, gonna have a little talk with their union.
I know, man. Get what you pay for, I get these days.
American 1, welcome to LA. Cross 25 right on Juliet. Taxi to your gate on Bravo. Taxiway Bravo.
Bravo, cross
Can we start them both at the same time on GE?
25 right.
Dude, this startup sounds sick.
Bravo, Charlie 9. Parking for American.
I've never done GE before.
Honjet 0 Hotel Echo, RNAV Docker, wind 25011.
Can we start at the same time? We gotta, because I don't want to be in the alley here. No, you can't? Okay.
Honjet 0 Hotel Echo.
All right, there's the
Stand by.
click.
We were planning for 24 left for whatever
Start.
reason, so we don't have
Start.
Docker. Can you give us one moment?
There we go.
Yeah, can you refile for...
Only GE and Rolls
can you
Royce.
set
Only
up
Rolls
for,
Royce. Yeah, so these are the
Oh,
GEs.
excuse me. For Honjet 0 Hotel Echo, I always seem to do this when I first connect in. RNAV to Hyper.
Okay, only
Wind
dual
is
on Pratt
25011,
and Rolls
runway
Royce. This started
25
pretty quick.
left, clear for takeoff.
Shh, listen to this. Let's turn the sounds up. Let's turn down.
Runway 25 left, give or take off.
Yeah, let's turn these up. I mean,
You
this
do
sounds
have Hyper in your FSC,
sounds
correct?
pretty dang good. You
Checking
sure you
right
passed
now.
that drug test? I don't know yet. I haven't been fired yet, so I'm assuming that means yes.
And you said you were set up for 2-4 left?
Who goes to 2-4 left?
A firm, apparently SimBrief wanted me to taxi across the airport.
Yeah. Thank you, SimBrief. Let's use lots of fuel. Okay. 0 Hotel Echo, tell you what, cancel the takeoff clearance. Just sit on the
As soon as we
runway.
get
I
the
don't have
click, we're
anybody
going to make the
behind you.
360
Let me
in
know
the
when
alley
you get
without
figured
doing
out
a
and you're ready to
after
go.
taxi. Okay, so there we go. Let's get the taxi
Yep, we
light
just
on.
got 25
Let's
left,
go ahead and
so
release
that'll
the
be a factor
brakes. And what I'm going to do now is we're gonna creep up to the right here,
RNAV to hyper, wind 25011, runway
so we get at him. We don't want to make Ben too upset here.
25 left, RNF Hyper.
360 in the alley here.
No problem. Delta 135 heavy, runway 25 right, land
Man, differential differential braking with full tiller. We got this, no problem.
Delta 631, you ready to go?
All right, in the process, we got to set up a.
Delta 631, runway 24 left, line up away.
24 left, line up away. Thank God I don't start there at the end of that anymore.
Man, the stutters on in SimUpdate 1 are terrible, though. Look at this.
Mexico 357, you ready to taxi?
We're ready to taxi, Mexico 357.
All right, Mexico 357 heavy, runway 25 right, taxi via Charlie 10 Bravo.
Charlie 10 Bravo, 25 right, Mexico 357. All right, flaps 5, CG 3139, 49
294,
checks.
give way to the 777 coming out of Delta 10, then follow him out runway 25 right via Charlie 10 Bravo.
All right, we'll give way to the Aeromexico, Charlie 10, Charlie Bravo, or Charlie 10 Bravo, Delta 10.
On Jet 0, Hotel Echo, radar contact, stay altitude.
Passing 1.3 for on Jet 4 0 Hotel.
Charlie 10 is right
On Jet
there.
0, Hotel Echo, altitude checks after Docker flight.
All right, flaps 5.
Flight maintain 13,000.
Flaps 5, speeds are set. Let's go
236 for Honda Jet
250.
Oh, I just keep saying Docker today, don't I? All right, sorry about that. After hyper,
We're supposed to set V2. We're going to set 250. Initial altitude. Climb via the SID. Altitude 300.
SoCal, good afternoon.
We're set
Skywest
SID
4916
altitude.
coming out of
Golly.
Charlie 8. So ready for taxi post out.
Okay, who's coming out of Charlie 8?
I wonder if it's all the traffic. It's probably not helping here either.
Skywest 4916.
That's 4916, 25 right, taxi via Charlie 8 Bravo.
Charlie 8 Bravo, 25 right, Skywest 4916.
About to take out some taxi lights there.
It's kind of 111.
I mean, this is like brutal.
10 Echo.
I've never had it stutter this bad.
Delta 631, check your transponder code.
Sometimes we make it, sometimes we
Delta
don't.
135, RNAV Docker, wind 25011, runway 25 right.
Okay, initial altitude is flight level 200. We're setting up all of our stuff
Delta
here.
631, code.
Flight level 200,
200,
250, no speed restrictions on the SID that I see. Okay, so we'll just make you full screen. We'll be RNAV to Docker out of here. We're going all the way to 25 right. We got 250 set of the MCP. I know that's going to make a lot of people mad. Let's run through some checklists here.
2545 heavy runway.
Oxygen chest,
25
flight
right,
instruments,
taxi
park
via
brake. We'll
Kilo
override fuel control. We've done
Bravo.
that before start.
Kilo Bravo 25 right, American 2545 heavy.
All
Got
right,
49,
flight
16,
controls.
should be on Bravo. The next taxiway on the right, make to the right, then a left onto Bravo, please.
Passenger signs.
Was that for Skywest 4916 going on to Bravo? I thought we were at Charlie the Bravo.
Skywest 4916, it was
Takeoff
Charlie
speed CDU
8
Trim
to
needs
Bravo,
to be 3.25,
not Charlie 8, Charlie to Bravo.
which it's actually.
Alright, my apologies. We'll get on to Bravo Skywest 4916. I read back Charlie.
Doesn't matter what you read back.
Okay.
You read back the wrong one.
Well, that's okay. I mean, it's
All right,
sometimes we
anti-ice
have,
recall
aircraft
is checked.
Charlie,
Auto
and
brake,
it wants you to
RTO, flight
get
controls,
blocked
ground
by that.
equipment.
That makes total sense for Skywest 4916.
Delta 135,
All right, before takeoff, flaps
Radar
5 after
contact
takeoff.
altitude.
Cool. Checklist is blanked. We're good. V2. I know it's V2, but well, there is no speed restriction on this one, so we can go ahead and set V2 to make you happy. We'll make it
Delta 135
149.
heavy, altitude check.
I just do 250. Like on the last stream, we had a speed
Climb
restriction,
maintain
and I was like,
13,000.
I don't have 2 people up here, so it's easier to just bug 250 in case I need to
Jet
do
0
something.
Hotel Echo, left turn direct clipper.
We'll make you happy.
Join the Orca 5 departure. Climb maintain
149 seems
17,000.
pretty low, isn't it? 149. Yeah,
Left
we're
turn
like
direct
gross weight
clipper,
472. That
maintain
checks fuel
17,000,
on board
Honda
55.5, so we're all good. Togas are set.
SoCal American 136,
We're
ready to
looking
taxi
good.
to Hotel.
Oh wow, look at Delta right up on us there. I'm just taxiing at the real Aeromexico speed. Aeromexico. Sometimes we make it. Sometimes we don't.
Bearing 136 heavy, runway.
And once again, I ask you to arm LNAV. No.
25 right, taxi via
Have you
Charlie
not
Tango
learned
Bravo.
yet, Turk?
25 right, Charlie 10 Bravo, American 136 Heavy.
I will arm LNAV when I'm darn good
Delta
and ready.
631, continue holding position.
All right, we're all good to go now, Chad. Right, auto brakes, RTO, passenger sign, doors auto, APU. Go ahead and shut you down. APU is coming off. All right, that was a bit of a cluster there, but I didn't want to be blocking that alley with the tail the wrong direction. So, aviation dude, I'm so close to doing Sim Update 2, man, but the only downside to my Sim Update 1 right now
Probably
is
switched when,
I get those stutters
came on. Did you have an
sometimes on the
auto,
ground.
Do you have an auto
You won't see any more
come on?
stutters after this. I don't know what it's definitely a Sim Update 1 thing, but
Negative.
because it never happened until Sim Update 1 came out.
Oh, okay.
But like, see, now
For
it's
some
not
reason
even
it
that
swapped
bad.
out. Let me,
So I haven't had
what we got
anything
here.
game
Hold on.
breaking for me yet that would cause me to go to the beta right now. Do it, you will be thankful. I can't risk it, man. I don't know. When's it supposed to come out? Is there no release date for Sim Update 2 official? Anyone knows if the sky is default? Gene, this is default, man. Default. Everything you're looking at is default. Even the scenery is default 2024. The only payware add-on here is the PMDG 777-200.
Yeah, there's nothing coming
Rocking
out
the
before that
Throttletek
currently.
Quadrant and the Cat 3 design tiller today. Soon, like next week or so.
And
I'm waiting.
SoCal
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna wait till next week too,
man.
man.
Yeah, and ready to go.
Del 631, it's not going to let me switch it. Go,
24 has been a stuttery mess since release. Not for me, dude.
7302.
Not for me. Once I got 24 gigs of VRAM, everything has been A-OK. 6th update came out yesterday, so they got to be close to finishing the beta. All right, good deal, Thrust set. All right, APU cooldown. That's our no ICAS message right there. Love that. Last night, Wingnut was trying to convince me that the recall push button is better situational awareness than an ECAM and an ICAS. I was like,
SoCal,
okay.
Skywest 4916, holding short T5 right.
That's
ready
why
to
you
go.
fly 737s. I refuse to upgrade my hardware for 24. Then you may not be flying 24 for a little bit, man. I don't know. I'm hoping, from what people have said,
Keep a right
though,
lap away, Skywest
the
4916.
24 VRAM usage is much better. So
Del 631,
I'm hoping that if that is true, then a lot of y'all will be in the same boat that don't want to update VRAM or get more VRAM for 2024. You might be in luck, but I can't speak to it yet because, like I said, I haven't done any. See, look, we're in the stutter session again. How could we be totally smooth for half the taxi, and then the second half of the taxi we're doing full flap sim slideshow in a LaGuardia here? It's definitely something with the sim. It has nothing to do with the PMDG, because I'll tell you what, just in regular cruise and stuff, the 777 is very well optimized. I don't think I've ever had a PMDG airplane that was not super highly optimized. Maybe back in FSX, I think the MD-11 was a little bit heavy. But that's just a sim, because it's a beta sim issue.
Sky 111, only 24 left lap away.
All right, we'll go ahead and hold short here. Runway heading out of here is going to be approximately 256, right? I love it when I spin the heading bug all the way the opposite direction. 256 runway heading checks. Let's look up here. So Docker, let's make sure we don't blow this up like we did last time. Be RNAV Docker at or above 3,000 for 2.5s. At or above 5. Down to PV, TAN, and we're going to request a high-speed climb out today because that's just the coolest thing about flying heavies. Docker, Wheeler, Chafe, PV. That's all in the box. The restrictions are in the box. Docker, Wheeler, Chaff, PV. Those are all set. That looks good. All right, so with that set, let's go ahead and put you down here.
Del
V2's
631,
in the
radar
box.
contact, tail 2 leaving.
We're ready to go.
That's 700.
Del 631, climb maintain 1.
Jeremy Harvey, good to see you, man. How you doing, bud?
13000.
I've tried to adjust my rolling cache. That might have been the issue. I need to delete mine again. So when I deleted my rolling cache, it brought me down to 16 gigs. And I need to, and then so I upped it to 300. But I think it's like 128 is maybe the magic number. Does anybody remember what the recommended cache size was from the FS stream? remember the guys at Microsoft said it. There should be a recommended cache size. Maybe it was 256.
Contact 0 Hotel Echo, contact Los Angeles Center
K6,
now,
good to see you, man.
126.525.
126.525, Honda 0 Hotel Echo.
Ooh. Look at there's AJ and his
Delta
FSSE jet right
135
there.
Heavy contact Los Angeles Center now, 133.2.
Can't contemplate the idea of upgrading a GPU with the current prices. So 8 gigabyte VRAM it is. Hey, look, Flight Sim right here, man.
4916 RNAV Docker, wind 25011.
Look, a no VNAV jet.
25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Docker, Skywest 4916.
And he said it like a true SkyWest pilot. He said the clearance backwards. I set mine to 500 gigabytes and forget about it. Ooh, maybe I should do that thrust set. Just YOLO, 500 gigs. You have any issues with stutters at all, thrust set?
Air Mexico 357, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
25 right, line up and wait, Air Mexico 357. Line up and wait, here we go. We're getting all the lights on because I'm not going to come back up here once we line
American
up.
136, I want you to make a right on Fox.
Here we go. Let's spin the cam around. Get the yoke cam up and running. Beautiful. Ooh, a little bit much there on the thrust there. So one thing I have noticed,
Got a 111,
the brakes.
Delray, wind 25011.
No matter what curve I put on the brakes, I feel like the brakes in the PMDG are a little extra snappy. Like, you can't really feather them, it seems like. And I've tried putting curves in there, like watch my pedals. See, if I just tap it, they like go on. So I don't know if that could be something that could be tweaked in the future.
Air Force One, I have a Air France.
Air Force One.
One, is that you?
We got dogs in the tower. In the words of XP, we got the fresh lineup.
Guys, 4916, radar contact.
Look at all those heavies over there. That's sick.
1,600, Skywest 4916.
Guys, 4916, now 2 checks, fly maintain 13,000.
Up to 13,000, Skywest 4916.
251, I think, maybe, runway heading. Let's set 249, checks.
Sub 5 Whiskey Alpha,
Run
go
the
ahead.
track. Oh yeah, we got that fresh lineup, chat. Look at that. I'm basically typed in the 777 now. Are we on? Are we balanced? Yeah, we actually are. See, the YouTube magic, I'm a little bit off. Look at the space on my mains here. So like pro YouTubers, they're like, oh, look at that perfect lineup. They'll show you at an angle. But if you actually look, you can see I'm actually off. This actually wasn't a very good lineup. You got to space them out. But like if I show you like this, I'm like, oh, look at that. It's a perfect lineup. That's actually a sick view right there. But when we get gear up, we want to do this view.
Give us off
November 3014.
Should we do yoga from outside or inside?
DDC Sim.
Some say he's typed on everything that flies. All we know is he's called V1. Thanks, Flight Simulator. IFE today, Jeremy Harvey. Yep, we're doing a shorter one. We're actually doing a 777 IFE today. So we will be doing a green dot in-flight entertainment. If you're here for takeoff, I highly recommend you come back, check us out during cruise. We're going to be doing a breakdown of an Air France 777 scenario. Inside, let's hear the GEs. Okay, so we'll do it from back here. I can't. So this is our IFE view. Do it here. Stutters are just from the sim doing sim things, Costas. Ever since like the last one of the few updates ago, it's just been kind of hit or miss. But now, like on takeoff, hopefully we won't have them, but we won't have another stutter across, knock on wood for the rest of the stream. It's just my departure taxi out for the last like month.
Delta 631,
I've always had
contact
stutters.
Los Angeles Center,
Never had them before.
133.2.
After we take off, there's fine. We land, it's fine.
133.2 for Delta 631, always a pleasure, Ben.
This is Sim Update 1.
See you later.
Barry Seal is on board, Mr. Robbins.
MSCO 357 Heavy. RNAV Docker, wind 25011, runway 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, clear for takeoff. Air make sure 357 Heavy. Here we go.
So 5 Whiskey Alpha, push to start approved, tail to the right on the
Yoga.
24 left.
Oh. Thrust ref, Toga, Toga. That sounded throaty.
American 136 Heavy, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait.
Right, Foxtrot, line up and wait, American 136 Heavy.
Oh man, LA stutters fest though.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Fly with. Oh yeah, look at that. Come on, chat.
American 136 Heavy,
Whoa.
RNAV Docker.
Let's not go to the right.
Runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff, American 136 Heavy.
Oh, we didn't RML nav VNAV. Dang it, Turk. I told you we'd do that at takeoff. We just floated everybody. That's okay. Sometimes we make it, sometimes we don't.
Del 294 Heavy, runway 25 right, full length, line up and wait. 777 is departing.
Alright, 294 line up and wait.
Flaps 1. 3 checks, flaps 1. 3,000 out or below. Wow, we actually met that. I've never even gotten close to meeting that in an Airbus.
Air Mexico 357 Heavy, radar contact down, 2 leaving.
3,000, Air Mexico 357.
Air Mexico 357 Heavy, altitude check, climb maintain 13,000.
Climb maintain 13,000, Air Mexico 357 Heavy.
SkyWest 4916, contact Los Angeles Center 133.2.
He said climb and maintain. Will flight level change it? 250.
133.2, SkyWest 4916, half one.
You too.
So that relieves us of all the restrictions. Airbus only climb because the Earth is curved. Dude, that was a scary, I guess we should have done like a TO2 derate. When you're this light, you gotta derate it or you're gonna be crushing all those restrictions. Yeah, in the Airbus, it's normally like 2,000 feet max over Docker. We would have blown through it. We also didn't have our VNAV armed, which we should have done. Normally do that like right as we line up, but I got distracted.
American 136 Heavy, radar contact down.
Climbing 1,300, American 136.
American 136 Heavy, altitude check after Docker, flighting 236, maintain 13,000.
236, 13,000, American 136.
Delta 294, RNAV Docker, wind 25011, runway 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff.
Finally get to do RNAV Docker, 25 right, clear for takeoff. 294 Heavy.
Let's turn our noise
Wanted to do it all day.
canceling on.
Oh yeah.
We're just gonna hand fly this for a little bit here. Ooh, a little bit choppy. These GEs sound pretty good, man. I got distracted checking out my lineup. Exactly, Bill's Mafia. See, shot my mouth off, and we freaking almost blasted through the others, another restriction. I don't know what it is with me in LA. We've had some interesting departures out of LA as of late. There's 10,000 feet. Landing lights, turn off lights, taxi, wing is logos coming off, beacon, nav, strobe are on. Let's go ahead.
Mexico 357 Heavy, contact Los Angeles Center 133.2.
33-2, Aero Mexico 357 Heavy. See ya.
See ya.
What was freak? 133.2. I'll tell you what, let's turn the autopilot on. I want a hand fly, but I need a new radio panel, chat. We gotta make the turn here. 133.2. I think a radio panel should be the #1 flight sim add-on you buy. After getting a yoke and pedals, if you want to fly in VATSIM, you need a radio stack. LA, good afternoon. Aero Mexico 357 Heavy, 12,000, climbing 13,000.
Air Mexico 357 LA Center, climb maintain, follow 390.
Climb maintain, follow level 390, Aero Mexico 357 Heavy. 390 is bleu, not bleu, it's magenta. All right, thrust ref, LNAV, VNAV speed now. All the way up. Definitely a mid-time of day. I think as we fly over Mexico, though, I think the sim is going to look stunning because we're going to be over some nice terrain. The sun's going to be getting a little bit lower on the horizon. Outside view, watch yours. Oh, look at that shine, man. All right, 294 on the climb out speed. We'll reset the trim a little bit more. Getting some chop out here today. She's basically hands-free now. We're trimmed out. We're locked in. We'll go ahead and engage autopilot 1. Or I guess it's just autopilot. Autopilot is engaged. Let's go ahead and do an after takeoff checklist. That's all green. It leaves us with the descent. We'll blank U. Everything looks good up on the overhead. Outside view time. These engines sound a little bit like Neo engines. Just a little bit, yeah. Definitely more growl to them. All right, so what did y'all think on the takeoff sounds? I've never heard those takeoff sounds before on the GEs. I think those might be my new favorite, though. Those might be my new favorite takeoff sounds, the GE. What did y'all think? I got a little bit occupied with our departure there. There's that panning stutter. You see that, too? Somebody else was complaining about that the other day when you pan around and it kind of stutters on you. 10 for 10, Zach? Yeah, I think they're good, man. Gus is here. Awful. Gus is just anything. I don't think Gus has ever said one positive thing about Microsoft Flight Sim. Full flaps in the house. What's up, man? What's the difference between climb and maintain and climb? Climb and maintain and climb via. So climb via means you have to honor the restrictions on the departure. Climb and maintain, that says, hey, I want you to just climb and maintain this altitude. You're no longer responsible for any of the altitudes on the departure procedure. So, two distinct clearances with just a subtle difference in verbiage, but it's a big deal. Climb via and climb and maintain. It looks pitchy. Is that the way it is? No, I don't think it's pitchy. I will say this though, full flap, is that it feels more responsive and pitched than the 300. Now, I don't know. I only flew the 300 a handful of times. I was on 2020. So I don't know if that's something I can, if that's true, or maybe it's just how it is on the 200. I'm not sure. But it definitely is more responsive in that pitch axis there, especially if you're not trimmed on speed. Keep in mind, I'm using the Brunner, the force feedback. So when I use the force feedback, if I'm not trimmed to the trim reference speed, it's like it's fighting me pretty good, so I really got to get that trim locked in, which to my understanding is how the 777 feels when you're hand flying. I was listening to some black box 777 stuff, and he said it's actually very heavy on the control column unless you're at the trim reference speed. So once you're locked into that trim ref speed, like flying any other airline or airplane in trim, you're in kind of that notch. But I feel like that's accented or a little bit more pronounced in the 777. At least that's how I have my force feedback profile set up. Are you flying offline? No, we are online. We are online, and we are climbing a 390. You scared me. We checked on with this guy, right? Yeah, we're online, and we checked in. We're looking good. Go ahead and get rid of that for now. D-rated climb out over SoCal in the turn for the Aeromexico commercial. Oh, look at that. Bare metal is just where it's at. Heck of a bank angle there. Benny in the house. What's going on, my man? Good to see you, dude. Many controllers just say climb instead of climb and maintain. Well, if you're not on a departure, you'll probably just hear climb flight level 350, which is just, I mean that's a perfectly fine clearance. But if I was on with LA departure, and they said climb
294.
190,
Climb and maintain level 390.
do you mean climb via
390.
or climb and maintain? So, kind of a not the best phraseology if you're a departure controller. Same would be true with descent. You know, descend via or descend and maintain. So if you have a star that has a bunch of altitudes, and they say descend and maintain 4,000, you can omit all those altitudes. You can just drop right down to 4. Now, is that the best thing to do? No, not necessarily. There's no sense in driving down if you don't need to. Use your VNav to make a constant rate of descent. But if it's descend via, now you're descending via all those altitudes.
Good afternoon, Fenix 546, heavy flight level 3.
I sadly didn't get my Class 2 medical today due to finding a heart defect. Gonna cost 400 pounds more now, but I can overcome any challenge. You are amazing. God bless. Crash Lab. Hey, man. Listen, if it's in your blood, man, that's what you want to do. Is it cost 400 pounds more, but I know you're not going to give up on it, man. So, wish you the best and report back. I'm sure you'll have some good news for us, man. This is a small hurdle, right? Just a small hurdle. What do you do when they say climb via except maintain? So that's courtesy of Baltimore. That was the hottest topic for a while. Is climb via except maintain 13,000. So in that case, Jeremy, you climb via the SID, except you now change your top altitude to whatever they issued you. So if it was a SID that had a bunch of altitudes, say like every 3,000 feet there was a hard altitude, and then the top altitude on the chart was flight level 200, but then the departure controller says climb via except maintain 15,000, you would climb via all those fixes, except you would set 15,000 in your altitude window to stop your final climb. Same is true on the descent. Yes, sir, I'm going to be broke, but a pilot. Hey, Crash Lab. Is that for Mexicana or Aeromexico?
0.7.
Oh. What?
That was Mexicana 111.
I'm going to have to change my voice now when it calls. Crash Lab, hey. Broke pilot? Hey, broke pilot, that's just a pilot, man. We've all been broke, dude.
2170, flight level 210.
If you go the route of being a pilot, very few pilots
2170 LA Center, welcome.
get to their end goal without being broke somewhere along the lines, man. Trust me. I know.
357, say Mach number.
Decimal 76, Aeromexico 357.
Mexico 357, roger. Maintain Mach 0.74 for spacing.
Okay, Aeromexico 357, Mach 74. Alright, so 74 selected for spacing now. Them burn holes gotta be deep in that case. What? Dougal, what's up, man? Wait, you're up late, Dougal. I saw Dougal flying. Were you flying along with XP last night? I had his stream up in the background, man. I was listening to the 777 sounds from HKK over there to do some comparison. What engines, what engine was XP flying last night? 74. Yeah, I'm gonna once we get up to altitude, Team Vodka, we might have to change that. I don't know if we'll be able to do 74. No bueno on the Mexican accent? Uh-oh. Gus, he was flying Pratt's? Okay. I know, Dougal. I saw the conga line was from Miami all the way to freaking Costa Rica, man. That was pretty awesome. Ben, this is the 200 pre-release from PMDG. 777-200. Try some tequila and try again. I'd love to, man. If I could stream with with some tequila, it'd be a lot of fun. But I stream at my HQ, which is not at my house, so it'd be a bit of a challenge. Plus, I've pretty much quit drinking. He was on an AA with the GE90. Oh, he was GE90 yesterday. Okay, yeah, he had the American Bare Metal yesterday. I'm only 17, and a lot didn't believe me. I will bring you good news or ping you on Discord if that's all right. For sure, man. You have helped me so much through tough times, and I can't thank you enough. Crash Slap, thank you, man, for the kind words, dude. Well, even as a 17-year-old, it sounds like you've got the dedication, the motivation to get it done. So don't let anybody put limitations on you, man. The straight wing, no winglet juice? I know, full flap. That's the way the Boeing wing should be, man. I even saw somebody posted at 727. I don't know what this is, but this could be tweaked here a little bit. I wonder if this is a livery thing. Is there a gap here? This might be a livery thing. You see this line here on the engine? Someone posted a 727 video departing just the other week in Discord, and it was awesome because it's 7.2, but the 7.2 had winglets. Like, ugh, brother, ew. When is the release, Benny? We don't know. Their release window was from what, the 28th to 2nd or 3rd of March, somewhere in there. They said obviously if they hit some snags that they will have to postpone that. But I encourage y'all to check out the PMDG official YouTube. They started doing a podcast style review. So if you guys have been around PMDG or you're a longtime flight sim fan, PMDG is known, Mr. Robert Randazzo is known for making very long blog posts on the forum, right, to update you everything PMDG. It appears now that they're going a slightly different direction with doing a video format of that, which I actually really like. I feel like it's kind of a step into the future or the present for PMDG, right? Because for so long, PMDG has been one thing, and that is consistent. They have always been consistent, and from the get-go, they've always been pretty much the same. Forum post, sign your name, and it'll be out when it's out. But now, and even the old Op Center, where Op Center 2 and 1, it always looked dated. So now they've got Op Center 3, which is very much into the future. I think it's one of the better Op Centers that we have out there, or just aircraft managers, really. When you look at all the payware aircraft, the new Op Center 3 that's coming out soon, I could show you if you want to take a look at it right now. Combine that with the updates coming in video form, man, I think that's a great step for PMDG. I really like it. He also had in the podcast video announcement. He had a 747 in the background, and he also had a smaller airplane. I couldn't make out. It almost looked like a DC-8, or a 707. Also on his on the shelf behind him. So I wonder if there was some signaling there. Oh, yeah, OC3 is already available. Sweet, good. I think it was a 707. I think it was a 707 too, Eamon Burke. They have an official Discord too? Wow, I didn't know that. V1, I saw a Duke parked on the ramp and totally thought of you. Nice, man. Good old Duke. JJ pulled some strips off the grill, medium rare. Ooh, at least they're not medium well like Full Flap Sim. I think he should be banned from cooking steaks in America. Jeremy says, do you know if you can pre-select speed for departure like in the Airbus? I'm not sure, and we're going to have to speed up. Center, Aeromexico 357 Heavy.
37 Heavy got.
74 is going to be really tight for us here at 390. Can we maybe go up higher or take a heading so we can speed up?
Aeromexico 357, yeah, you're actually above the guy now, so yep, they can resume normal speed.
Normal speed, Aeromexico 357 Heavy. Thanks, sir. Let's blast past this Mexicana 73. We're basically right in the stall line here. Let's do 85 for now.
Request, bye.
And let's do this. How to stall a 777 in 10 seconds. Vertical speed. 5 hundo. How not to do VNAV in a 777. VNAV climb page. Yeah, okay, so there you go. So VNAV and then climb. So yeah, you could pre-select econ climb speed. So we're doing 287 or 82 Mach. Just like in the Airbus econ, or here's the econ cruise. Econ descent, so we could pre-select our descent speed, which we will have to modify this when we get towards our descent, because we've got to look at the arrival. We're going into super high altitude terrain into Mexico City, so we might have to do some modifications on this once we get a little bit closer to our destination. Let's go ahead and take a look at actually our prog page real quick. Mexico City, estimating 0210Z, 2318Z. So we got about 2 hours. Like I said, we're going to be doing a green dot in-flight entertainment video on a 777, one that I have not seen, nor do I know anything about. So it should be an interesting one. I believe it's the Air France, Air France 11. Air France 11 is the green dot flight that we're going to be watching, and this is one I don't know anything about. So this will be a first-time watch, first-time learner for me.
11,000.
Cloud 1111.
Gotta go, chaps. Waking up early for tomorrow. See you, man.
SL 2170, pod strings, altimeter 29901.
Full slap Sim's getting bullied. He should be. Who likes medium well steaks?
Mexicana 111, muzzle on centers off.
Actually, really looking forward to this one, but I can't wait for the DC-6 in 2024. Virtual Flight Diaries. So here's the thing, dude. I think I'm going to do it when the DC-6 drops into 2024. I'm going to pick it up, man. It's going to happen. And actually, full flap, if you're still here, you just got timed out by Nightbot. Oh my goodness, I love it. I hope you just got timed out by Nightbot. What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say, Virtual Flight Diaries, what I would like to do is, I'm having I think it's a midlife crisis kick for radial engine knowledge. So Full Flap Sim owns a radial, and he's also very proficient in radial engine operation. So if he would agree to it with me, I'd like to either do like maybe a dual stream or have him on stream and walk us through some radial engine management, because I've been watching some old radial videos. They've been sneaking into my YouTube algorithm, old school Beach 18 stuff, DC-6 stuff. So
Air Mexico 357, muzzle on centers offline, squawk 2000, radar service terminated, frequency can't approve. Two guys ahead of you there, they're both at level 350. I'm assuming you guys are doing a group flight. Either way, have a good one.
Squawking at 2000, thanks for the heads up on the ATC, Air Mexico 357, we'll see it. Over to Unicom, 22.8. All right, 390. What's our, let's come back here. So let's go back to our VNAV cruise page, and we're going to select 86 Mach, execute, and then we're going to go ahead and manage. I say manage, but we VNAV it, right? LNAV, VNAV, and what's our cruise altitude? So econ climb, init, no, hold on, VNAV perf. Cruise altitude 41, recommended for max 417. Ooh, it's gonna be tight. Recommended is 39. Maybe we'll stay here at 39. Let's stay here at 39 and do 86 Mach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the cruise altitude to flight level 390, and that should bump our speed up. Yes, it does, to 86 Mach. So very similar to the Airbus, just different phraseology a little bit. We're going to stay here at 39. We'll burn some gas. We'll accelerate to 86 Mach. Seatbelt sign. Let's do a turbulence check. See how our wings are doing. Beach 18. Okay, full flap. What's better, man? The Beach 18 with the mod or DC-6? Have you flown DC-6 at all? DC-6 just seems like such high workload, man. You got 4 of those suckers to manage. I agree with Dougal. Steak's got to be rare or blue. Agreed, Dougal. I'm going to be working? Dude, I'm not going to be working, man. So next month, baby comes. So I have a 3-day trip that I'm going to be dropping most likely because the FO hasn't dropped it. And it's got a red eye in it, and I don't know if I want to do that trip with that particular crew and a red eye. That's 2 negatives equal drop for me. So if I drop that trip, I've actually got some vacation in there, and I only have 3 turns all next month. So time allowing, keep in mind, we will be getting our the wife will be delivering, God willing, our 4th child next month. So I may have to take some time away, I'm sure. But I do plan to have a lot of good flying next month. I got a turn on the 11th. It's on a Sunday. Cancun. See, the 3 turns next month. I have Cancun, San Jose, and Cancun. So that's all I'm doing as of right now for next month. But try to take as much time off for next month because of the new arrival. Every trip must be a double negative, Turk? No, if it's a double negative, then it'd probably drop it. If it's only a single negative, I might do it. DC-6 flight engineer is pretty good by all accounts. You're talking about, that's the automated one, right, Diabetic Lad? Guga Foods. Yeah, I love Guga Foods, Jeremy. Watch that. Watch him all the time. Actually, the kids love watching Guga Foods too. I don't know why. All right, so here's the plan, chat. I'm going to order my tea from Starbucks, and then let's see, 022. Yeah, we got plenty of time. So once we burn off a little bit of fuel here. We got 2.5 hours, so we'll sit here about 30 minutes. Well, the last hour we really need to focus on our arrival, so this should work out fine. Seatbelt sign is coming off. You're now free to move about the cabin. Aero Mexico in cruise. Sounds are coming down. Let's fire out some, what do we got for some our Latin playlist? Congratulations to baby number 4. Hey, thanks, man. I always feel weird when people say congrats because it's like, I'm not the one going through the whole pregnancy. But I will tell Mrs. V1. I do have a Latin playlist in here somewhere. All right. Oh, look at the shine on that right there. Perfect. We'll let this cook for a minute. Then I'll order my tea. I'll go pick it up, and then we will start our green dot. Technically V5. Do you like grill marks or no grill marks? Jeremy, no grill marks for me. So the way I do steaks, man, I do them the V1 way. Smoke them, either reverse sear or regular. They're both delicious. It depends on the thickness of the fat cap. But my preferred method, 3-inch cut minimum 3-inch thickness, minimum. If it's less than 3 inches, I'm slicing it up. I'll make teriyaki or I'll make something else. If you have a steak that's less than 3 inches thick, it's not a steak. It's a burger. So 4-inch ribeye or New York strips, my preferred cut of meat as of right now. I sear the fat cap off, super hot nuclear pan. I sear it in Wagyu tallow, get a nice crust on it. Then I throw that puppy on the smoker, and I let that thing smoke at about 225 until it reaches 118, 119 internal, and then the carryover will take that up to about 125, which is perfect. Now, I can go less than 125, but with the wife being pregnant and everything, we've been going a little bit more closer towards a medium rare because you're not really supposed to have raw meat when you're pregnant, but, I mean, she's 9 months pregnant, so you can pretty much full send on the rare meat now, but the reason I like doing it that method is because if you cook it first and then sear, it's harder to judge the carryover temperature. So if you cook to 110 and then you sear it, you could carry over into the 130s depending on how long you sear it. So it takes practice, and all steaks are going to be different, right? Different thicknesses, different fat content, different marbling levels. So the most foolproof method for me is to sear first because I know exactly how long it's going to carry over when I take it off at 225. We need a V1 cooking channel. Yeah. Salton Sea in the background. There it is. We're getting ready to go into Mazatlan Center. I think we'd be in Mazatlan Center right now. Me looking at you saying that about the height of the meat cut with my picanha flank steak. Ooh, I do love picanha, man. Actually, I've got some skirt steak that I was supposed to cook tonight, but I decided to do a stream. So we'll be doing flank steak tomorrow. There are places for thin meat. It's not what she said, but I think HEB has the best meat. HEB has great meat, Costas. You're absolutely right. I'll swim to Texas if I have to for a V1 steak. I've been trying to teach Full Flap Sim how to make steaks in the Discord, so he's getting there. He's getting there. Full Flap, you still here? Did your Far East spices show up? I'll tell y'all a little secret about searing your steaks with Wagyu tallow. If this is why you use Wagyu tallow. If you get your pan hot enough, you can actually ignite the tallow in the pan. So for me, I don't want to fire up a charcoal grill and a smoker at the same time. So this is how my workaround. If you're doing everything on a charcoal grill, good. That's probably the best way to do it because nothing beats that little bit of charcoal flavor. But if you're using a gas grill to cook the long term and you're searing like me, or using a smoker, I have a pellet smoker that I use for the steaks, but I still want that charcoal-y flavor. When you use Wagyu tallow, you get that thing ignited, and then when you drop the steak in there, it will actually ignite and catch fire, and you can hold your steak in the flames, and you get that actual open flame flavor on your sear. All right, now you got to be very careful because you start splashing that. It's like plasma. I mean, that thing. I've splashed it onto myself, and it is severe burning. So you got to be very careful with this method. But that's the way. That's my secret tip for using the Wagyu tallow. Get it hot enough so where it can catch fire. Why am I ignoring you? I'm not ignoring you, Zippy. What did you say, dude? What did Zippy say? Callie said, "What's up? What kind of tea we rocking today?" Callie, we're going to. I'm going to order it here in just a minute. We're going to get the. I think we're going to get the citrus mint tea again, green tea. I'm finishing my coffee right now, and I'm going to switch to tea. You recommended this stuff? Yeah, I do. What'd you get? Full Flap? Yeah, if you got the tallow, man, you're set, dude. You're set. Now I'll ship you the seasoning you need to use. I'm going to ship you the seasoning and a knife, so send me your address. Because I'm going to ship you a proper knife and proper seasoning. It's plasma and it will catch fire momentarily. Yeah, you have nothing to worry about as long as it's in the pan. All right? Don't get it on yourself. And wear protective eyewear. And don't let your kid go out there while you're doing it. Trust me, it will be epic when the first time you try it. Unfortunately, Xpilot is disconnected due to low FPS. Oh, no. Caused by something with Xpilot. I'll try later, but I'm still with you in spirit. Maybe see you in Mexico City. I have the Tiger Suite, man. We look forward to seeing you there. I'm sure maybe it's just a little glitch going on right now with Xpilot. Hopefully you'll get reconnected. How many smokers have I burned up? Just one, AJ. Just one. So this is not the ideal method for an apartment stovetop. Lone Star, yeah. I would not recommend the Wagyu tallow ignition in an apartment stovetop. Now, you can still use Wagyu tallow in the stovetop. Just don't nuke it, okay? Because you can still get it hot enough to where you get a nice crispy sear. And it'd probably be... You probably could do it, but it would take much longer on a stovetop to get it that hot. The few times that I've done it in the house even, I can't get... Because we have an electric stovetop, I can't get the pan hot enough to get it to ignite. So, I've got a gas burner outside that will, I mean, it will turn a cast iron red hot if you let it. Try skirt steak with lime. Ooh, yeah, Jeremy, that's good. I'll be doing, they'll be doing the skirt steak tomorrow. Don't do it in an apartment, but Full Flap Sim should do it with small kids and pets around. You'll be fine, dude. You'll be fine. AJ, I know, man. I wish we had a gas stovetop, but we had to make some. When this house was built, it was actually right. We built this house in 19, and towards the end, with 2020 kicking off and COVID, things were getting harder to come by, and we weren't sure what we were going to do money wise. So we, instead of running everything gas, we have a gas furnace and fireplace. Well, same thing. Which is good. But yeah, if you have a gas stovetop, that's legit. We do not. Zippy, yeah. This is a house we built in 2019. That's when we started building. That's when I left. That was like the OG part of the channel. So if you remember when I started the channel, I was at our other house, and then we went dark because we went to the apartment as we sold our house, and then we were waiting for our house to finish. Very un-Texan. Dude, there's not... I mean, it's hard to find new builds with gas stoves. It really is. Even when we were looking... So when we were moving back from Georgia, and we were kind of contemplating, well, what if we moved to a new house instead of our house that we kept, and we actually turned it a rental when we moved to Georgia. We were looking at some options, and I was kind of surprised that there weren't more gas stoves. We did look at one that had a gas stove. It was like the perfect... It's actually a really sweet house, but it was right next to a strawberry farm. And there's no privacy fencing or anything like that. And I just didn't want to live next to... They have like strawberry picking. They have every weekend and a couple days a week. There's dozens, if not hundreds of people that are literally on your property line picking strawberries. So that was the main reason we turned away from that house. So we just went back to the one we built. Problem is, when we built the house, we only had one kid. We thought we might have 2 kids. Now we're having 4 next month. So space is getting a bit tight. What do you think of induction stoves? What's an induction stove? I have an induction oven, right? Is that like an induction oven? We have that. Anyone try the Kinder's Buttery Steakhouse Seasoning? Yes, Cali Simmer Buttery Steakhouse Seasoning. I'm going to give you 2 of the best recipes right now. Go out and buy the, either do pork tenderloin, not pork loin. You got to get a pork tenderloin. Go to Costco. They have good ones there. Or don't get one from like, I don't know what you have in California, but just be careful. It's a pork tenderloin. Don't get the larger pork loin. It's a different flavor. So pork tenderloin, use garlic or buttery steakhouse seasoning on that. Oh my goodness, it's going to be amazing. Another favorite for buttery steakhouse is chicken thighs. So skin on chicken thighs, and if you have an air fryer, this is what you got to do. Either barbecue them or smoke them or cook them in the oven at a low temp. Bring them up so they're cooked, but they're still going to look kind of raw on the outside. And then what you do is you throw them into an air fryer at 400 degrees for 15 minutes. You'll crisp up the skin. They'll be the juiciest, crispiest chicken thighs you've ever had in your life. And they will be delicious. Those are my 2 favorite recipes for that seasoning. I literally buy that seasoning for those 2 pieces of meat. Induction stoves are the smooth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have that. That's what we have. It's just electric glass cooktop. That's what we have. Or no, it's not induction. I guess we just have an electric cooktop, I think. Whatever that is. It's just a normal oven. Induction stoves are great, but you really need a good one, and they're super expensive. Okay, then we probably don't have that. I have a convection oven. Induction is magnetic current. Okay, yes. Then that's what we have a convection oven and a regular stovetop. What's up, Victor Silva? Everyone's criticizing my oven choice. Chicken thighs and you have an air fryer? Perfect. Cali Simmer. So, if you have a barbecue or something, awesome. If not, like I said, oven, don't do it super hot. Cook them in the oven at like 275 maybe, and you have them all seasoned up. Be liberal with the seasoning, okay? Because it's hard to over-season with that seasoning. It's very good. You won't over-season. So season them up both sides. Cook them in the oven at like 275. They're probably going to need to be in there for 30 minutes, depending on how many you have and how big they are. It could be up to 30. It could be up to 45 minutes in the oven, as long as it's low temp. But then the key, take them out, spray the skin side with either avocado oil, whatever oil you like. Put a little moisture on the skin side into the air fryer, and make sure that the skin side is up. So you want skin side up in the air fryer, 400 degrees, 15 minutes. You may only be able to fit 4 at a time in there. That's fine. Pull them out, and it's going to be the best chicken thigh you've ever had. I promise you. Isn't an air fryer redundant if you have an oven already? No. Vodka says yes, it's a fad. No, they work great. You could make pizzas in an air fryer. You can make steaks in an air fryer. You can make bloomin' onions in an air fryer. Air fryers are amazing. Ceramic electric is plenty good enough. Sure, gas cooks fast and all, but to be honest, I find them overrated for home use. Yeah, they do. I just like here's my honest opinion about the gas stove. The only reason I like them is because it sounds like a PT6. That's the only reason I like gas stoves. I'm a trucker. I air fry everything. There you go. Try Jet Sim Pilot. Man, I picked the wrong channel. Tune in after starting a new diet. Dude, why are you starting a new diet, man? I got to start a new diet, too. I got to get off the wife is pregnant diet, so I'm going to eat everything she wants to eat at midnight. I stopped at Buc-ee's at 3 o'clock in the morning on the way home from that turn chat. I was like, I'm not going to get anything bad for me. I ended up I got the veggies, and then I also got I got Italian hoagie, which I really didn't need. A lot of carbs. Processed meat, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I also got a yogurt. I got a blueberry yogurt, chat. That's like all sugar. Stuff is so bad for you. Don't eat yogurt. Unless it's plain Greek yogurt. No sugar. Use honey to sweeten it. I'll look like Meal Team 6 with my Gordy. Dude, I already do full flap. I had to my plates were a little bit tight, man. Starting to see a little, my MBJI was a little uncomfortable with the plate carrier on. That's when I realized I need to get serious about this. Got a chuck roast going on. I can't wait to dig in. Ooh. Ignition would be V1's cooking channel name. Mr. Saturday. Dude, that is awesome. That is awesome. I like that. Water's in the house. Water, what's going on, man? Water is in the house. Tuning in from the USS Cole. What's up, Water? Oh, man, this is a sweet shot right here. Have I experienced the issue where you have infinite loading when you try to spawn? Yes. Eric, so here's the thing. 99% of the time I find out that that's a livery issue. So, first off, try another livery. The second way that seems to be a good way of fixing it is go back to the main menu in the sim. So get out of free flight, go back to the main menu. When you go into free flight, then go back into free flight. Do not zoom in to the airport. So if you have to zoom in to select the gate you want, that's fine. But before you hit fly now, zoom your mouse all the way out. I don't know why, but this seems to work in a lot of cases where this happens to me. And then you hit fly now, and then it will do its own zooming, and then it will load, hopefully. But I have had issues with the liveries that just won't load. So I don't know what aircraft you're using, but just try that. Give it a shot. JJ, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Best chicken thigh. Cover with mayoracha, garlic pepper, and gunpowder seasoning on the skin. Air fryer till done. Thank me later. And gunpowder seasoning. Is that legit, JJ? Thanks for the $5 super chat. I'm gonna have if gunpowder seasoning's a thing, I'm gonna have to try it just because it's gunpowder seasoning. Sounds awesome. Thanks for the $5 super chat, man. Sim Update 2 seems to have fixed the long loading. Okay, that's good to know. I only stopped by to say what's up. Got to go back and burn holes in the ocean. All right, Water. Well, take it easy, my man. It sucks that Delta and Aeromexico retired the 777-200s. I know, man. I love the 777-200. The 300 is cool and all. But I have something for the shorter variant of airplanes. You know, even the Airbus series, the 321 looks cool. 321neo looks cool. 320 is mid. 319 though, I just love the 319. It just looks sporty. It looks short. Just looks interesting. 777, same thing. 300 is cool. It's got a heck of a ramp presence. The 200 just has perfect proportions. The one that I do like better though is the A350-1000. I do like the 350. I like the longer one over the 900. The 787, I think the long 78, I saw one in LAX actually. I mentioned it on stream. I was not impressed at all with it. I thought that was a very ugly looking airplane. Is there an Airbus that hits 8.6? Oof. I don't know. What the 900 350 might be the closest to. I don't know what it flies. What about the A300? Could that do 8.6? Probably not. All right. Let's take a look at our time. Perfect. I'm going to order the tea now. And then when I come back, we'll dig into green dot. Ah! Scared me. Jeez. It's way
There's
loud.
a Fleming's Steakhouse in downtown Providence right by the expo. Oh, and a Capitol Grill. Just saying. Lol, here's to your mint tea.
Kelly Simmer, you literally read my mind. I just said I think I'm going to order the tea. Kelly Simmer, thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check. Fleming's Steakhouse in downtown Providence. Oh, we might have to check it out, Kelly Simmer. Now, listen. I am very much a steak snob. I have yet to have a steak in a restaurant better than the ones that I can make at home. But I'm always down to give it a shot. So, Kelly Simmer, thank you for the $10 bank angle check. I think we're going to have a fun time out there in the expo. So, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. And I'll be ordering my mint tea brought to you by Callie Simmer. I'm just going to put Callie Simmer on the cup. I'm going to say what name I'm going to put Callie Simmer. Captain McGee, I flew on my first 321 Neo. Loved it. Sweet. Hey, it's awesome, man. They're quiet, huh? Did you fly, were you in the front, in the back? Much quieter. Zippy Zapple. Member for 21 months. Look at that. Old enough to drink in months now. What? Dude, I thought you were like 35. Nice, Zippy. 21 months membership. Appreciate you, dude. Delta purchased A350Ks, and they'll be delivered next year. The A350 Microsoft 24 can hit 87 easy. Okay, so I think that would be it, right? Reshit did Atlantic, transatlantic at 865 Mach. Okay, so yeah, I would imagine it could probably do it. 86, right? What, you don't want to spend $80 for a steak at a restaurant? I know, especially when it's blade tenderized and salt injected for weight. What's up, Nate? Good to see you, man. In the front Econ Plus area? Sweet. Did you like it? As mid as I think Neos are, like quiet engines, efficiency, all this stuff, it's a better passenger experience, for sure. But, yeah. Ruth Chris Steakhouse is still my go-to. You got to get a Dallas overnight, man. I got to show you what a real steak looks like. Tried Smith and Walensky's last layover in Vegas. $250 and not as good. Huh. Never even heard of that place. Man, dude, that's another couple of rounds you could have shot the MP5. Save your money. Very quiet, more seat room. Nice. Yeah, so when I do any longer flights, 3 hours plus, if I'm unfortunate enough to do a flight that long, if it's a 321 Neo, man, it's awesome. Because it's just so much more quiet. I feel like you get done with the flight, you're less fatigued, it feels like. Going from LA to New York or something. If you're in a 19, it's just like... I can't wait for the big Fenix update, weather radar, and sharklets. Oh, yeah. Papa's Steakhouse is good steaks? I can't... I'm trying to think the last steakhouse I went to, like a legit steakhouse. I've gone to Texas Roadhouse for the rolls. Kids love the rolls. Texas Roadhouse, here's a cheat code for any parents out there if you have kids that just don't stop eating. Take them to Texas Roadhouse and give them about 17 baskets of rolls. And then when their meal comes out, they'll be full. And then you take the meal home, and it'll be their meal for the next day. So, 2 for the price of 1. Avianca 19 Sharklet Ops. Yes, Mr. Sat. That's going to be our first flight. Pasto with the 319 Sharklets. Won't lie, looking forward to the Mac. Supposedly they're a lot quieter in flight. Ooh. Yeah, I would imagine they are. Do you feel a similar level of fatigue after flight as the passenger feels? More so, Tender Aviation. More so, because think about it. As a passenger, you're just chilling. As a crew member, you're working. So, now, I still think it's more comfortable to be up front as a pilot because, especially in the Airbus, man, that Airbus seat is basically a lazy boy recliner. So it's very comfortable from the crew position. But as far as mental fatigue, definitely more as a crew member. Just got an email, Moza yoke arriving tomorrow. Ooh, I'm excited to see what y'all think about the Moza yoke. I post your updates in the Discord because I'm very curious to see how y'all are liking them. Diabetic lad, Texas Roadhouse rolls will give you long-term health conditions. Ask me how I know. I hear you, man. I hear you. iFly gets the Max 8 out soon. What is the status with iFly and 2024? Are they like, I thought for sure that airplane would be in 2024 by now. Digital Merc is right. Dude, I was on a Max, a Southwest Max on Southwest from San Jose to Dallas Love. Dude, it didn't get below 80 degrees in that cabin. It wasn't even that hot in San Jose. It was a very, very uncomfortable, a very negative experience. I was like, I can't do this 737 thing, man. But I'm trying to think of what other Maxes I've been on. I was on a Max. Well, you know what? Similarly, I was on a Max from Miami to Dallas-Fort Worth, actually. And that plane was hot, too. So maybe it is something to do with the Max. I was on a Southwest Max to Southwest, from Southwest to see Southwest. Full flap. On the 7.3, does the flight attendant panel... Well, first off, do they have a flight attendant panel? Can they control any temperature from the back? Or is it all from you up front? They're modeling everything via the Discord, says Ben. They're doing something with PMDG with the features. Okay. Having issues with textures disappear. Really? That is strange. No 737s in 24. Man, I know it. Hopefully PMDG skips the 7.3 series, goes straight to the 7.4. Hold on, I'm curious. I know that would trigger a lot of people. I'm just curious, for my own curiosity. We're going to play Would You Rather. See what you guys think. So would you rather PMDG skip the 737 and 24 to expedite the 747 and then work on the 7.3? I just couldn't fit it all. So 7.3 after the 7.4. Not that they would never bring it, just like I said. Or your hardcore 7.3, you need those 737s and 24. Look at this. This is cool. Look at that. So passing that little Mexicana. That's got to be Mexicana down there. Yep, that's a Mexicana 319. That's so cool. Let's increase our Mach number. Actually, can we go up? Let's go VNAV. Max 42. Here we go, chat. Let's go 410. And then I'm going to order. I forgot to order. I've been here to chat with y'all. Thrust ref VNAV speed. We're going up to flight level 41086 Mach. And then once we level at 41, we'll get our green dot in-flight entertainment ready. I've gotten the PMDG to work at 24, but you have to be careful. It'll WASM crash if you use the middle mouse or any of the Bravo autopilot knobs. Interesting, Diabetic Lad. Very interesting. Flew on a United Max from Fort Lauderdale to San Jose. Just said, I think I would rather drive. Temp was fine. I flew on a United Max too. Now I'm trying to think of all my Max flights. I flew on a United Max from Houston to LA. And granted, we were 5.5 hours late. The temperature was fine on that one, too. I love the 747, just never fly him. Really, Merc? I think you might. Have you ever flown its PMDG 74, though, Digital Merc? Milvid's mentioned in their State of the Sim they're working with another dev on the 732. Made me think of the mumblings of a Fenix Classic 737. Could you imagine? The 73s and 320s are workhorses of aviation. We have to have the 73 and 24. Well, I'm not saying we wouldn't, Callie. I'm just saying, would you rather them prioritize it? I'm just trying to judge. And I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're working on the 73 I'm sure they're working on the 7.3 first, but I was just curious to see what my chat was vibing with. V1, I got accepted to flight school in Texas. Lone people driving me up a wall with what they asking for. Oh, man, phooeyes. Well, which flight school? Is it in Denton? U.S. Aviation Academy? ATP? What do you got, man? Well, that's exciting. Hopefully you get the loan thing worked out, phooeyes. If iFly came to 24, then the 7.4 first. Yeah, I would agree there. Yeah, Maurice, that's where I'm at. I do miss the 737. I really enjoyed having the 7.3s in 2020. Especially because of the liveries, man. You can do so many cool things with it. There's so many good liveries on the 737. I would wager to say there's more and better livery options on a 737 than an A320. Plus, as much as I love Airbus, I'll tell you straight up, a 737 looks better than a 320. Just in my opinion. The looks of a 7.3 with the nose and everything looks cooler. Have you tried a Horizon 778? No, not in 2024, Swim and Climb. We've flown it in 2020 a bit. We've never flown it in 2024 though. The entire suite of Southwest liveries, yes, that specifically. Oh my gosh, look at this coffin corner, chat. Or did we hit a bump or something? Why are we descending? Are we stalling? What's happening here? Tell you what. Aero Mexico, 41,000 feet. Smoke them if you got them. Wow, we are in... I mean, you talk about... Is that right? Are flaps out? What's happening here? 8-1. What's our ground speed? 465? Let's get this up a little bit here. We ain't doing 8-1. Come on, that's Airbus speeds. Resigning my mod role? What happened? On subbing? No. I mean, even cooler than the 320 Neo with sunglasses? Okay, well, no, let me rephrase before everybody freaks out. Just a general 737 versus a 320. I think the 737 has got a sportier, more aggressive appearance that I enjoy. Now, if we start dressing things up, I think, for sure, a 321 Neo with the eye mask, sharklets. Well, obviously all Neos have sharklets. I think that looks cooler than a 73800. Matter of fact, I think the only good-looking 7.3 really is a 700. I think the 737-700 in Canyon Blue with sharklets is epic-looking because it's short, sporty, the equivalent to 319 IEs and sharklets like Avianca has. So, the 320 though, Victor. I mean, come on. Should be to no surprise. In my opinion, the 320 is the most mid of them all because it's literally in the middle. Same with the 737-800. My favorite 7.3 variants are the 737. And then the 739, and then the 8. 600 straight wing, yeah, well, that's also one of my favorites. I'd actually like the classics better. All-time favorite 737 for me has probably got to be the 300 or 500 in there. 3 or 500 would be my favorite. 3, 4, 500, just say those. The 3, 4, and 500 are my all-time favorite 737s. But the 320 and 738 are meh because they're right in the middle. They're just kind of like a Honda Civic, you know? Nothing wrong with a Honda Civic. It'll run 1,000,000 miles if you take care of it. But there's nothing super special about it. All right, now I don't have to worry about us stalling. Okay, so here we go. Before we go, let me place my order right now because we got 2 hours to go and we got to get through Green Dot and I got to pick up my tea. My tea's only going to be about a 5-minute walk away, so let me place the order right now. If my phone doesn't die, please don't die. That'll make me very sad if my phone dies before I can order. I think the IXCG flight model would drive V up a wall. Why is that? So I've been thinking about, how we've been having fun with X-plane, I've been thinking about either dabbling back in the Q400 or the IXEG. I was watching Q8 just before I went live. He was doing some Q400 flying in X-plane. Q400 PFDs look great in X-plane. They have a good-looking cockpit. When I see a 350 flyover, I go weak in the knees. That might be a medical condition. Oh my goodness. The 350 is awesome though. No one can convince me that the 350 or that the 7.8 looks better than the 350. The 350 versus the 7.8 there's no debate in my humble opinion. Which is strange because I think Boeing had better looking airplanes until they got to the 7.8. I don't know why they changed the 7.8 nose, but the 7.8 nose just is a complete turnoff for me. All right. Order is placed. Where do you guys want to sit while I go pick up my tea? You want to be jump seat, or you want to be exterior or wing view? Since the tea is sponsored by Callie Simmer. Callie Simmer, where do you want to be seated? Jump seat, external, or wing view? It's a truly wonderful plane, the Q400. Yes, it is Digital Merc. I think the way that they... Not only is the model great, the sound's great, the EFB is great. The way they modeled, or the way they coded the ability to set the hardware for beta and all that, like where you click and a little pop-up menu on the bottom right. I mean, that is a win. That is a win on that developer. FlyJ, right? APU inlet view. I don't know, Callie Simmer, she must have disappeared. Oh, if you had Chase plane, your choices would be all done for you. Oh, there she is. I don't have Chase plane in 2024, Callie. You got to let me know where should we go. What's the best? I really would like Chase plane for 24. Once it hits 24, I will pick it up. I promise. Gosh, man, I know I love American bare metal, but dang. Aero Mexico bare metal hits hard too. We might have to do a poll about that one. Ooh, top-down view is kind of good. Clip that. No. No. External view? All right. Callie Simmer wants to see us on the external view. Let's leave that one right there. How about that? Actually, I have drone cam. Let's do this. I'm gonna get you. Let me get you all the best view possible. All right, that's pretty hot right there. All right, here's the plan. I'm gonna go grab my tea. Give me about okay, legitimately probably gonna take 3 minutes to walk there, 3 minutes to walk back, 6 minutes. We're gonna try 7 minutes. Should be about 7 minutes, and I will be right back. And then we're gonna kick off our green dot in-flight entertainment. I will put up the be right back. Tea time. You have control. Don't touch anything. Keep full flap sim away from the controls. right, how do we do, chat? How do we do? I gotta get my headset back on. I got stuck at the crosswalk. All right. How long did we take? We did some barrel rolls. Uh-oh, I screwed up my view here. Hold on. Dun, dun. Oh, there we go. All right. You know what time it is. Oh, the song's about to end. Perfect. All right, it is 000. Estimating Cancun at 0202. Nabas. Ignore. Nabas next. Fuel 11.7. MCP speed. Let's go ahead and increase you to 8.6. Let's get rid of you. Let's pause the music. Save that for post IFE. Let's run you up to... Can we do 8.6? Will she do it? You send us to the wrong place again? What do you mean? Cancun? I kept us afloat, but these guys try to make me do a barrel roll. That's all right. As long as you maintain 1G, right? So a barrel roll is a 1G maneuver, just like landing. Captain Corndog, get in the house. What's up, man? You're just in time, dude. We're going to start some IFE after I take a screenshot because that looks amazing. Screenshot selected. We almost stalled, but everything's fine. Hey, don't you have protections? Doesn't the 777 have like anti-stall protection? It's actually a longer flight than I had anticipated. Let me go to EFB real quick. Oh, this is what I want to do here. There is us. We are over Alamos, or close to. Coming up to Las Mochis. Okay, perfect. We'll keep this. Put you back down here as we settle in. We know your landings aren't 1G maneuvers. Right on centerline, chat. It's all that matters. It's all that matters. As long as we didn't spill a tea. We didn't spill a tea. We got... I would have been... I don't know how long I was gone, but I would have been back probably 45 seconds sooner. Maybe close to a minute. Maybe a little bit. Probably, let's call it 1 minute. If I didn't get stuck at the crosswalk. Both directions. Makes all the difference. Ask the Asiana pilots. Yeah. I guess you're right. I guess there isn't. Okay. So, with that said, all systems checked out. Everything looks good. I guess we'll look at the fuel page real quick. Yeah, fuel is doing fuel things. Nothing to worry about there. All right. Let's set up our in-flight entertainment view. How'd our poll do? Look at that. 747. Perfect. I'm just curious. I was just curious. All right. I'm also going to link Green Dot's channel. Huge shout out to Green Dot Aviation for, again, allowing us to do these sorts of things. If you want to check out all of his videos, which I highly recommend you do, head to the pinned comment, give him a like, give him a subscribe. And he's got a lot of good stuff. And if you want to watch videos and get ahead of the game, because we end up watching. I try to watch some of the older ones, try to watch as many old ones, and I try not to watch the new releases. And then we had to do that Avianca one, though, because that was our boy Nabil doing the editing. So, but got a lot of good stuff. I love watching his videos. And again, just shout out to, what's his name? Gosh. He always says his name from Green Dot, but all right, headphones on, popcorn on the lap. I'm ready for movie time. Me too. So let's do this and IFE. Wabam. Let me get my tea ready. Wow, it's hot tea. I'm going to have to start getting iced tea. Got to charge your headphones? Uh-oh. Watch the vid on his channel on a separate browser on mute and follow along with you here. Double the views. There you go. Great idea. Great idea, Cody. Yeah. Okay, so this one is Air France 11. This is a shorter one. It's only 14 minutes long, which is fine because we have a short flight. It'll probably take us 30 minutes to break these down, and then we're going to really want to try to focus on our descent. I've been rushed on our descents the last couple of streams, so I want to try to plan out ahead of time and do a good descent into Mexico City. I don't know anything about this one. It's a 777. It's titled The Insane Story of Air France 11. So let's do an audio check. Let's bring you up.
What could be worse than losing control of a gigantic passenger jet over one of the most densely populated cities on Earth? This is exactly what happened to pilots of Air France Flight 11 on the 5th of April this year.
How is our audio? 5th of April. Was this last year? I wasn't paying attention because I was adjusting audio. What did he say? Let's watch this again.
What could be worse than losing control of a gigantic passenger jet over one of the most densely populated cities on Earth?
Crashing it.
This is exactly what happened to pilots of Air France Flight 11 on the 5th of April this year. On final approach to Paris's Charles de Gaulle Airport, two pilots battled for control for their Boeing 777 while alarms blared in the cockpit and the plane rocked from side to side.
Oh, wow.
How did they get into this situation?
Dude sounds stressed. You hear that?
How would they get out of it?
Stress breathing.
This is the story of Air France Flight 11.
Dun, 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 dun. Come on, play it. What? Oh, come on.
If you like these videos, then you'll probably like Blinkist.
No.
Blinkist is an app on your phone that
No, I
allows
will
you to
not like
understand
Blinkist.
key ideas and insights of a load of non-fiction books.
Gosh dang it. Captain Sim, that's the Captain Sim triple? All right. I'm going to let him play through his Blinkist here. I thought he was going to play the... He better play the intro theme. If he don't play the intro theme, I'm going to Alt F4. He baited me, Zippy. Captain Scam detected. Yeah, that's Captain Scam 777, I guess he's got, huh? That's a long ad read there. I'll skip in front of it a little bit. All right, come on. He's got to play it.
Blinkist are giving away a 7-day free trial.
This happened in
25% off a
2022.
premium
Okay,
membership,
Mad Cat.
which you can get right now if you sign up using the link below.
Okay. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I love it. I love it. Do you want
At
to play
9 o'clock in the evening.
Let me play it one more time without me doing the da-da-das.
At 9 o'clock in the evening,
Sweet.
on April 4th, 2022, Air France Flight 11 pushed back from the gate at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York. The aircraft, a Boeing 777-300ER, was bound for Paris, a 7-hour journey. On board were 177 passengers and 15 crew. In the cockpit were 2 pilots.
How many? 177? That's not very many.
On board were 177 passengers
pretty light
and
load.
15 crew. In the cockpit were 2 pilots. Nobody on the flight knew it yet, but in a few hours the pilots would be battling with their controls in a desperate attempt to save the lives of all 192 people on board.
192 souls. Less than a 321.
At 9:15 that night, Flight 11 took to the skies above New York and made its way east out over the Atlantic Ocean.
No, Mr. Sat, 321 Econ, 230. 220, 228. Actually, the new ones are like 230 something plus crew 7. It's like high 230s for the Econ 321. Zippy, you got 197 right now on a 321? Yeah. That's crazy. I wonder how they make money on that route. Wish the screen was bigger. I only have a 27-inch screen. Well, that's... Hey, Dougal, we're limited to in-flight entertainment seatback seats, you know? If you want to watch it, got to watch it full screen on Green Dot's channel.
The 777 is a modern long-haul passenger aircraft. It has an excellent safety record and remains one of the most technologically sophisticated and fuel-efficient aircraft in the skies. It is one of only 2 Boeing aircraft with fly-by-wire technology, meaning that all pilot inputs on the controls are fed through computers before the flight control surfaces on the wings and tailplane are moved.
Don't tell Lyric Lemon
This
that.
reduces the chances that pilots will inadvertently put the aircraft in a dangerous position, like an aerodynamic stall, an overspeed, or a bank angle that is too steep.
Bank angle check. So here we go. We've got... I mean, when you think about this, and let me verbal process my thought process here, because, like, isn't it kind of strange when you think about the concept of fly-by-wire as like, hey, even though we train pilots to not stall, overspeed, overstress the aircraft, let's design an aircraft that doesn't allow pilots to stall, overstress, overspeed. Why can't we just train better? Oh well. This is a old school mentality.
Used for this flight was 17 years old, having first entered service in the year 2005. The flight progressed as normal over the Atlantic, and by 7:30 in the morning local time, the aircraft had begun its descent into Paris. The first officer, sitting in the right-hand seat,
look at
would be
Yellowstone
flying the
2020
approach and landing the aircraft at Charles de Gaulle.
All right, full flap sim is in the right
He would
seat.
be
He's
using
flying.
runway 26 left, which would require him to fly out to the east of the airport and then to turn 180 degrees to line up with the westerly-facing runway. The skies were cloudy, and the pilots would not break out of the bottom of the clouds until they were just 300 feet above the ground.
200 feet above the ground? That's standard
Everything went
ILS,
up
200
the
half
clouds
mile?
until they were just 300 feet above the ground.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to replay this
Everything
one a
went to
couple
plan
times
during
because,
the
like I
descent.
said, this is my first time watching this video. I don't know anything about this incident here, so it's a first time for me. He didn't go over the crew qualifications at all in this one. I guess this is one of his older videos 3 years ago. Wow, yeah, 3 years ago. It's an older video.
And by 7:45 that morning, the aircraft was lined up with the runway. 4 minutes later, air traffic control cleared the flight to land.
Pour Air France 0, confirmé atterrissage, autorisé atterrissage 26 gauche.
Je confirme, Air France 0, 230 degrés, 8 nœuds.
Merci.
Gus is on the radios.
The crew lowered the gear and set the airspeed on the autopilot to their approach speed of 140 knots. They then carried out the landing checklist. Shortly after this, while descending through an altitude of about 1,500 feet above the ground, the first officer disconnected the autopilot and began flying the aircraft manually.
Probably final approach fixed altitude,
He
right?
left the
1,500
autothrottle
feet?
engaged, so that the autopilot would be controlling the aircraft's speed.
Which
He made minor adjustments on the controls.
Okay, so he's leaving the auto throttle engaged, which to me that's the understanding of how normal operation is done on the 777. You don't disengage the auto throttle. I know I disengage it when I'm flying approaches because I just want to, I don't know, I feel like I want to just fly it and see how it hand flies because we're in a simulator, but I guess that's why you have the auto throttle override at idle option in the McDo menu or FMC menu for the PMDG, which is pretty cool. So it can ignore your throttle inputs until you're in flare mode, and then when you bring your throttles to idle, it basically brings them to idle in the sim, even though the auto throttle is engaged. So I really like that function from PMDG because if you have noise in your throttle, anything like that, it allows you to keep it engaged, but then override it when necessary. And I guess this is the normal SOP for the 777 is to keep the auto throttle engaged all the time, which I find interesting because I feel like that could lead to problems if you don't practice without the auto throttle off. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Controls, steering the aircraft slightly left and right as needed. Then, apparently without warning, the aircraft started to bank 6 degrees to the left. The first officer expressed his surprise at this, and the captain noted that the aircraft was now starting to veer off the approach path.
Final approach
Seconds
course.
later, the bank angle had reached 7 degrees, which was
Bank angle
beyond
check.
the normal bank angle at this stage of the approach. Confused, the crew initiated a go-around.
Okay, since I have no idea what's going to happen, let's just process this. So what would cause an aircraft to start rolling? You could have a false localizer, or you could have localizer interference, right? Remember on an ILS approach, 2 antennas, glide slope antenna, localizer antenna. Localizer is your lateral. They're having a lateral deviation here. You could have somebody taxiing in front of the localizer beam, causing the localizer to slide left to right. This was notorious in Philadelphia for many years. When the old school layout, when they had 330s crossing the runway and you were landing 27 right, happens sometimes in Fort Lauderdale for some reason. If you're far out on the approach and you arm it, it'll start doing a lateral hunt, or sometimes it'll chase out to the other, well, I guess on, 9 right? It doesn't matter. In Lauderdale it happens. A couple of airports with crossing runways it's happened. So that's option one. Could it be asymmetrical thrust? It could be, but to be at 7 degrees bank angle, I feel like that amount of asymmetrical thrust would be noticeable. They'd probably identify that right away, especially if the auto throttle's on. So why would that be the case? Flaps are already extended, so you don't have an asymmetrical flap deployment. So something weird is going on here. He has the autopilot off though, which is kind of scary. So if the autopilot is off and the airplane is rolling without your input, without the autopilot on, that is strange. Definitely strange behavior. The right move would be to go around, but let's see what happens.
The first officer hit the takeoff go-around buttons on the throttles, which pushed them to go-around power, and he started pulling the nose of the plane up. As the plane pitched skywards and the engine spooled up, the left bank continued all the way to 15 degrees. The aircraft appeared to have a mind of its own. Now both pilots were fighting with the controls.
15-degree bank is no joke, uncommanded. I had an uncommanded 5-degree nose down on my Airbus emergency. Scared the living hell out of us. Like, uncommanded, pitch down 5 degrees. I think we're about 7 degrees nose low on the horizon. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot. So a 15-degree bank, uncommanded, that's a lot of bank.
The forces they were experiencing through their control columns were so strong that while grappling with them, one pilot accidentally pushed the push-to-talk button, transmitting the ordeal to air traffic control.
Wow.
Troubled by their transmission.
Not good. So he's gripping the yoke so tight he's pressing the push to talk, right? That happens a couple times. I've heard it happen. A notorious guy in Charlotte, probably on YouTube, where he's in the flare and you hear him. You can hear him flaring because he's going retard, and he's like, son of a. And then he starts blaming the crosswind or something like that. But it transmitted the whole thing because he's stressing out with the side stick and he's got the finger pressed. So.
The controller called the aircraft. At that same time,
That's good. I'll call you back. Aviate, navigate, then communicate. I'll call you back. Perfect. Perfectly handled by that crew member there.
Air France flight had just taken off from the runway, which was now beneath Flight 11. If it kept climbing, it could collide with the out-of-control aircraft above. The controller told this aircraft to immediately stop its climb at 1,500 feet.
Air France Hotel Whiskey, stoppez la montée 15 centrée immédiatement.
Declare an emergency.
But the controller didn't know whether the aircraft had even heard him, because the pilots of Flight 11 continued inadvertently pressing the push-to-talk button as they fought with the controls.
So for those that don't know, if your push-to-talk button is down in the cockpit, now every airplane that I've flown has had the same behavior. I'm not saying it's the same for every aircraft. I don't know if it's the same for the 777, but I believe it is because he just said they didn't hear him because his push-to-talk was down. When your transmit button is pressed, you can't hear comms coming in to you. If you're a third-party aircraft, you can hear the hot mic transmission, and sometimes you can hear the controller or someone else trying to override that hot mic, saying hot mic. You can hear that override happening. But from the cockpit of the crew with the hot mic or the crew pressing the push-to-talk, you can't hear that transmission come in. You're blocking it out. So with the push-to-talk inadvertently pressed, they can't hear anything coming in over the radio. The only thing that I would say would have been a better situation, instead of "I'll call you back," which was great, said declaring an emergency, "I'll call you back." Like, you've lost control of the airplane here. It's doing something that you don't want it to do. Declaring an emergency, I'll call you back. That way, the controller knows to clear anybody else around him out of the way. But obviously, armchairing here from my HQ with a tea in my lap just chilling, it's a lot easier to say that than when you're in the moment on just a normal approach and now your airplane's rolling out of control and you're like, you have the shock value going on. So the fact that he said, "I'll call you back," is very good. But just a small critique there.
Air France Hotel Whiskey. Oui, on stop 15 feet.
Wow. A lot of alarms going on there, too.
The crew then hit the takeoff go-around switch on the throttles for a second time. This pushed the engines to their maximum power, and the aircraft leapt into a steep climb, pitching up to 24 degrees above the horizon. The first officer made the standard call-out of "positive climb," and then retracted the landing gear. However, because he didn't raise the flaps, the gear configuration warning alarm sounded.
Mm-hmm.
The plane was warning the pilots that it was close to the ground and set up for landing.
Okay, so configuration warning in the go-around. This is something that happens to a ton of people. If you watch YouTube, Twitch, anybody streaming airplanes and they have to go around. The number one mistake I see is them just putting the gear up and not configuring the flaps. Now, the Airbus, the standard call is go around flaps. So it's flaps first, So if your flap's full, you go to 3. If your flap's 3, you go to 2. And then you go around positive rate gear up. You're not going to get a warning horn. I'm assuming that the Boeing, I don't know which notch of flaps it is, 5, 10, 15, 20. Probably, what is it, 20, 25 degrees, where the gear warning horn will sound if you're in that flap configuration or more. So you're always trained to put the flaps where they need to be first, and then you bring the gear up. That's twofold. It's for performance, and it's also for the configuration warning. Because if you're doing a go-around, the last thing you need is another alarm going off. In a 7.3, 15 degrees. Okay, so if you bring the gear up past 15 degrees, now you're getting a config warning. Now this is easy, like I said, to sit here armchair quarterback. I will tell you my own personal experience where I screwed this up. In a Beech 99, I did a go-around at a Clinton Sherman, Oklahoma. Winds were gusting like 45 knots across the runway. I literally ran out of lateral control as I was in the flare, so I elected to go around, and it was so gusty and windy. The first thing I did, because I was still relatively new, I made a mistake. I applied go-around power, and I brought the gear up. It's not the procedure in the 99. You got to bring the flaps up to whatever the middle position is, whether it's approach or I can't remember if it was a degree number, whatever the middle position is on the flap. So I go around and I immediately hear the config warning going off, and that kind of jolted me for a little bit. But I was so concerned with my proximity to the ground that I wanted to just get away from the ground as fast as I could, and I was like, I got to get the gear up because it's drag. That's a panic moment. That's a pilot error on my part. Nothing ever happened, right? Obviously, it worked out okay in my favor, but I'm here to tell you that it can happen in the heat of the moment. You just totally omit something that you normally do all the time. But full flap says go around flaps 15. Yeah, flaps create much more drag than lift in the later stages of their travel. That's also correct, right? So why you retract flaps, and you can get into the flap 3 versus flap full convo here on the Airbus, but the flaps, they will produce lift. They will allow a steeper descent path for your, if you want to quote the Cessna 172 Skyhawk manual, flaps allow for a greater angle of descent without increasing airspeed. In airliners, generally the first, I'd say, 15 degrees of flaps are pretty much creating lift. That wing is getting bigger, you're getting lift devices out, you're really adding lift and camber to the wing. Once you go past that point, whatever it is on your airframe, now it starts to add drag. So the go-around process goes off of that, right? So when you go around, drag first. So flaps first, get the drag out of the way, then positive rate, gear up, and it's fine as long as the flaps are trending up. You're also getting rid of drag while you're also getting rid of drag with the gear hanging down. That is why you set flap, then gear. So they just made a small mistake there. Now, is the airplane going to crash? No. Can it affect the logic and the go-around? Possibly. I don't know the 777 well enough to know if that's a factor or not, but it definitely could. But it also just adds that oral alert, right, which is in the heat of a moment in a stressful situation, the last thing you want to do is have more alarms going off because now you're just adding chaos to chaos, and it can make the situation worse. Jeremy says, doesn't any amount of flap extension create drag? Yes, because guess what, Jeremy? When you increase lift, you also increase drag. But the ratio is not the same. So while that is a correct statement, any amount of flap will also create drag. Lower degrees of flap will create more lift than they do drag until you get past a certain point to where now you're getting more drag than lift. That's why you want to remove that drag portion in the go-around.
It didn't understand why they were raising the gear. Luckily, the pilots of the flight which had just taken off had heard the controller's instructions to stop at 1,500 feet.
Good situational awareness.
Once Flight 11's crew had stopped transmitting, they notified him of this.
Affirme, j'ai un trafic carami des gaz derrière vous, il peut pas me parler là.
Good. That's good. And this is something I can't stress enough, and this is something that I personally have been trying to take into account much more, and that's building a mental picture of everything going around me, even on the most mundane days, right? Because typically something that goes wrong, it never really tends to be in like a high, oh man, we're crosswind limit, thunderstorm, wind, yada, yada. It's just on a day where it's clearing a million, nothing going on, and then you have some sort of event that triggers and then all chaos breaks loose. That's typically how these things happen. So I have been challenging myself to build a mental picture of everything going around me. So when you're coming in on approach, you know, you're listening to who the tower's talking to. Where's this guy at? Where's that guy at? Where's this guy at? My last Tampa turn I did on Sunday, it was very busy. The Tampa controller was very busy, and there was another call sign on frequency. I don't remember what the name was, but it was the same numbers as our call sign. And he gave us a descend and maintain an altitude that made sense, and we took it, we accepted it, and then at the same time, though, after we finished the transmission, or the first officer, she finished the transmission, I heard this other aircraft read back, descend and maintain 9,000. I'm like, well, that's not right. Why would two of us be sending 9,000? So then I queried the controller, and he told us that we were correct, and the other airplane needs to stop descending at 9,000. But that's just what I'm talking, little semantic things. And this is something that would be good for all of you flying on VATSIM. While there's a lot less at stake when you're flying a video game, it's still good practice, right? When you're coming into LA or you're coming into a busy airspace, you're doing a across the pond event, be listening to the calls around you. Don't just listen for your call sign, because if you build that mental picture of what's happening around you, if something goes awry, you've got a better mental space to be at. You've got a bigger picture, or a clearer picture. And not that you want to anticipate calls, or you don't want to create a confirmation bias, but when you get a command or an instruction, it can make sense or it cannot make sense depending on the picture that you've built up. And if it doesn't make sense, maybe it's a good time to question or query the controller to confirm that that's what they want you to do, because controllers do make mistakes. So, but anyway, that's just a side topic about what's happening here. There was another aircraft on frequency hearing what's going on, and he did a good job by amending his plan, notifying ATC, saying, hey, I know you got something going on there. We'll stay clear. So that's a good job by the other Air France controller. Controllers don't make sense. Just ask them. Well, that's true. They don't make mistakes. It's all pilot error.
Physical force required to counteract the pressure on the controls was in excess of 50 pounds, and both pilots were at their physical limits. They were over one of the most densely populated metropolises on the planet. If they lost control of their aircraft, there was no telling what the loss of life on the ground might be. Eventually, as they reached an altitude of 4,000 feet, the captain took control of the aircraft and managed to stabilize it. The flight then contacted air traffic control.
Ok, France 011, on a remis les gaz, mais 4000 pieds, on va les maintenir, on vous rappelle.
Man, he's stressed out.
Maintenez 4000 pieds, le QNH est à 1013, le départ en dessous est stoppé. Vous me rappelez quand vous pouvez.
Good job by the controller.
Ok, on maintient 4000 track.
If that was a LA center in real life, or New York, a New York tower controller in real life, it'd be, okay, well, I can't have you maintain 4,000. Are you declaring an emergency? If you're not declaring an emergency, I need you to descend and maintain 3,000, turn right heading 050. That's what an American controller would do. This controller, on the other hand, seems much more accepting of the situation.
The crew took stock of their situation and decided that they should make a cautious second approach to Charles de Gaulle. Whatever their issue was, it seemed to have corrected itself. The safest thing to do was to engage the autopilot and head back around for a second approach while closely monitoring the aircraft. The first officer took control of the aircraft again, and the captain relayed these intentions to air traffic control.
Air France 011, on est remis des gaz, donc un problème de commande de vol. L'avion fait à peu près n'importe quoi, donc on est prêt à se porter en finale avec un guidage radar.
Okay, that was kind of cut off. Says we'd like to return, request radar vectors. Captain says we still need some time to troubleshoot if you can give us a long downwind. So he's asking for a long downwind, etc., to get some vectors. And you can tell they're both freaked out. Just you can hear in their voice. You can hear that he's like, man, they just went through something. Zippy says I feel like in the U.S. they are very pushy, whereas in Europe, if I'm having aircraft difficulty, they have this guys. Yes, that I would agree, Zippy. I would agree with that. Also, in the middle of the go around, if this I forgot to add, if this happened in the U.S. While they're going around stressing about keeping their aircraft from rolling into the dirt, the controller would be like, state reason for go around. I need you to state reason for go around. So, isn't English the standard ATC language? Surprised you're speaking French. You can speak French. You can speak your native language to a native controller, unless you're asked not to. There's some caveat. I forget, full of flap. But you can speak your native language to a native controller. So Air France in France could speak French to a French controller. I do not think Air France, you couldn't speak French in what's like another country with a dialect of French. Switzerland? What are they? That's Dutch. I don't know. I think it has to be native airline to country, though, right? So, like, you can't speak... I'm trying to think of a better example. Belgium. Okay, yeah. So I mean that would probably be. It has to be native to native. And if you're asked otherwise or a SOP dictates, then you could. I actually think Japan, you have to speak English. I think in Japan you have to. But I don't know. I'm not too well versed on that. But Swiss is half French, half German. Geneva speaks French, and ATC does too with EasyJet Swiss. Interesting. They speak French more than the French themselves. Okay, yeah, but that's. Yeah, I was trying to think of where I read that, but it's somewhere in there. Here in Costa Rica, Latin American planes talk in Spanish, but every other airline European speaks English. Yeah, and that happens a lot when like going into since I do Cancun all the time. You'll hear Aeromexico, you'll hear Viva, you'll hear who else goes in there? Basically all the Mexican airlines, they'll speak Spanish. And then you hear them say your call sign, which is always like, huh? And then they speak to you in English. Yeah, Switzerland wasn't a great example. They have like 4 languages, don't they?
Le temps de gérer un petit peu la situation, si vous pouvez me donner une très longue vente arrière.
Ok, 011, ouais, j'ai vu au radar que ça partait à gauche et voilà. Enfin bref, pas de souci, vous réessayez la 20, enfin vous repartez pour la 26 gauche.
On essaierait bien la 27 droite.
27
so now he wants to
reçu.
try 27
Alors,
right.
Pour l'instant, vous maintenez 4000 pieds dans l'axe, je vais coordonner avec le départ pour une longue vente arrière et un ILS 27 droite.
Paxman, you're absolutely right, and that's why it's kind of not a good thing. But you're absolutely right. It limits the situational awareness if you don't speak the language that everyone else around you is speaking. So, and there wasn't a high priority accident where something like that happened. I can't remember what it was now, or maybe a high profile is the word I was looking for. High profile accident where it involved 2 airplanes speaking a different language than the other aircraft, and they couldn't hear what they were saying, and then they determined that if they were all speaking English, that it would have maybe avoided the accident. But it does happen, and you're absolutely right. It does limit situational awareness. That's why when you go into these foreign countries, you got to bring your A game, because they're going to be speaking different languages around you, and if you don't speak it, you really got to be bringing your A game. You got to be listening and trying to decipher what you can. Harris, so we did talk about it with the Avianca in New York. Remember when? But that was a language barrier the other direction. That was they were trying to speak English, but no one in the crew spoke English except the first officer. Did you declare an emergency or did you declare a minimum fuel? That was part of it, but that wasn't necessarily this. I want to say it was a midair. I want to say there was a midair crash that happened, and they determined that it wasn't the main reason, but it was a contributing factor to the collision, was that the 2 aircraft were speaking a native language and the other aircraft in the accident was speaking English. We discussed that with the American 757 in Colombia. True, but again, that was a 2-way communication. That was a 2-way accident. That was American and the tower and the crash in the mountains. It might be that one you're talking about, Full Flap. It might be the IL-76 and a passenger airliner midair with kids or something. That might have been it. I'm getting my tail beaten by turbulence. Might want to check as you're in CC. What's CC? We're fine. We're in a 777. I do see... Wow, we might have to turn the seatbelt sign on. Hold on. Zippy's right. Hold on. What's going on, Zip? Here we... I'll tell you what, we got a 92 knot tailwind. Turn the seatbelt sign on. Callie Simmer, you need to turn that seatbelt sign on. Oh yeah, coffin corner. You guys and your acronyms. Make sure we're not, how are we doing on time? Oh, we got plenty of time. We're looking good. About 15 minutes left until we're an hour out, so that's perfect. All right, back to our video here. This is a good one to break down and talk about because it's, it's only 15 minutes long. We're already past halfway. So right now he's getting vectors 27 right, maintain 4,000. I'll coordinate for a long downwind and the ILS 27 right. All good things here. Which there's no pan or no emergency call, which is interesting. But they're obviously getting special treatment, as they should. They're doing everything right. Let's get a long final. Let's slow this thing down. And let's cross our T's and dot our I's on this approach.
Shortly after, the crew were given instructions to line up with runway 27 right at Charles de Gaulle. After a few minutes, they were back on final approach, and as they broke out of the clouds at 300 feet above the ground, they were greeted with a welcome sight.
Hey, that
level
visual.
ground.
Beautiful.
The flight touched down safely on its second
Oh,
attempt,
he bounced it.
and the crew
Just like
taxied
Zippy.
back to the terminal. Immediately, the question on everyone's mind was, what
happened?
exactly had caused a modern aircraft like the 777 to go haywire on final approach? Was there a flaw in its computerized flight controls? Was there an issue with the maintenance of the plane? Should passengers flying on 777s be worried? The French Bureau of Investigation and Analysis for Civil Aviation Safety, or BEA, immediately began investigating the
The
incident.
speed bits.
They got hold of the aircraft's cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder, and began analysing them for clues as to what went wrong. Pretty quickly, they honed in on a possible culprit, and it was surprising how simple it turned out to be. For some reason, during final approach, the first officer had started making a series of inputs on the controls which began to tilt the aircraft to the left. With the aircraft in the clouds, he had to rely solely on his primary flight display to determine the orientation of the aircraft. Yet, for some reason, he did not perceive that he was banking the aircraft to the left, even as he manipulated the controls in such a way to do exactly that. The aircraft was simply following his commands, but he appeared unaware of the commands that he was giving.
What?
When the first officer noted his surprise to the captain that the aircraft was turning left, the captain naturally assumed that there was something.
What's the flight time on this crew? Anybody know? What are the crew stats? Someone open up the Google machine. Give me the crew stats. Autopilot is off. Remember, yeah, autopilot's off. He's making corrections to the left that he doesn't know he's making. That's what I don't understand. Let's see.
Wrong either with the weather or the aircraft, so the crew initiated a go-round. But here's where the real breakdown occurred. During the go-around, the captain started flying the aircraft, but never stated that he was taking over control by issuing the standard call-out, I have control. This meant that both pilots...
Positive exchange of flight controls. I have control, you have control, you have control. Big one. I'm glad they removed it from our briefing, but we used to have to brief that every time. We used to say, okay, we'll have a positive exchange of flight controls. Like, okay, we don't have to say it, but we know we have to have one. But yes, standard flight control change. You have control, then the person says, I have control. They say, you have control again. So, and then, so there's 3 communications every time you switch controls. I have control, you have control, I have control.
We're now struggling with the controls at the same time.
Where's the dual input? I'm assuming there's no dual input on this one, right? Airbus, 2 people touch the stick at the same time. Dual input. Dual input. If you press the takeover push button on your side, priority left. Priority left. Dual input. Looks like there's no dual input on this.
This is a recipe for disaster. In the
About 10
777,
minutes.
both control columns are mechanically linked.
Maybe it was
Look
their
how they move
equipment.
completely in tandem here. If one pilot applies 10 pounds of force to push the nose down, the other pilot must apply 10 pounds of force to counteract this, to keep the nose level. There should never be 2 pilots flying the aircraft.
So they're just
at the same
fighting each
time.
other?
In this case, the pilots were applying as much as 50 pounds of force on the controls.
Jeez.
During the go-round,
Who worked
the
out
first
more?
officer was pulling back with all his might, against what in his mind was a deranged aircraft which was hell-bent on nosediving into the ground. The captain, on the other hand, was pushing hard in the controls with all his strength, trying to get the nose of the aircraft down, while it seemed to want to go straight up.
What?
In
Are
the
you
heat of these
kidding
desperate
me?
moments in the cockpit, each pilot was so engaged in his attempts to save the aircraft that neither noticed that the other was fighting with the controls as well, but in the opposite direction. They were engaged not in a fight with their aircraft, but entirely in a fight with each other.
So is there a breakaway thrust? Is there a breakaway torque on the control column? Because didn't that happen in the Atlas crash? That was the 7.6, right? Was that a 7.6 or a triple? I think it was a 7.6, where they actually broke the connection of the yoke. So only one guy had roll, one guy had pitch. I can't believe. So they're literally just fighting each other.
This was an embarrassing, not to say almost deadly predicament. The initial reports released by the BEA show that the forces on the controls were so strong that on 2 occasions the controls became decoupled. This is a safety mechanism built in so that if one control column becomes jammed, the other can be wrenched free, so that at least one of the controls is free at all times. This means that at 2 points during this flight, the pilots were using so much force on the controls that they overcame the inbuilt safety mechanism, which is only there for when a control gets jammed. In this case, both control columns were in perfect working order. It appears that it was the pilots who were not.
Are you serious?
This is an embarrassing incident for Air France, and it's not the first time that 2 of its pilots ended up fighting for the controls without realizing that they were actually fighting each other.
Wow.
Famously, in 2009, an Air France Airbus A330 crashed midway across the Atlantic Ocean after one pilot held the nose of the aircraft up while the other tried to push it down.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, the outcome was less fortunate, with all 228 people on board perishing. The outcome of that crash was a renewed focus both in Air France and across the industry on a concept known as crew resource management.
Wow.
That is, basically, teamwork and communication in the cockpit. But was Air France 11 another case of the left seat not knowing what the right seat was doing? Have the lessons learned from Air France 447 been forgotten already? Perhaps it's too early to say, as the investigation is still underway. But unless serious measures are taken to address these issues, the next aircraft and its passengers may not be so lucky.
AJ, thanks for $3.
Humans make mistakes, but the strength of a 2-person flight
Shots fired.
crew is that mistakes can be seen and fixed before they become serious. This time, it appears that a breakdown of crew resource management almost led to disaster. It remains to be seen whether the lessons of this particular incident will be used to prevent future loss of life.
Wow.
Special thanks to the Patreon and YouTube members for supporting the channel. I'd especially like to thank Snowdoggo and Joey for their very generous contributions.
Thank you, Snowdoggo and Joey. So short one today, but I mean that's a good one to digest. Wait, who passed me? Nobody can pass me up here at 86 Mach. Maybe we're overtaking somebody else. Has it smoothed out yet at all? I think so. We'll go ahead and get that seatbelt sign back off. That's an interesting one to digest. So they almost crashed a fully functioning 777 because they were both on the yoke. What I don't understand is, he talked about this left bank uncommanded. So it may be something with the fly-by-wire. So he's inputting a roll. I don't understand how the fly-by-wire works then to where you would not know that you're banking. Wouldn't you see your PFD? So he's literally, his scan was terrible. That tells me if he thought the aircraft had an uncommanded roll and he's the one rolling it, then his scan was lacking. So you're supposed to be scanning your instruments, right? We all talk about the instrument scan. So PFD, speed, altitude, engines, or something thereof. Now, when it's a 6-pack, right, it's a little bit different. You got to actually scan different instruments. That's what makes a PFD so nice is you just look in one area and you can digest all the information without really moving your eyes. So blue over brown, you can see your pitch. What's your speed doing? If you're on approach, you really don't even look at the altitude. You just see if your glide slope's on. You can just do a scan. You can check. And then if you have time, come back. Okay, yeah, altitude does check with where I'm at on the approach. Boom. What is the engine power at? Glance over there. So if he thought he had an uncommanded roll, then there was something going on with his scan. His scan was lacking. Maybe he just zoned out. I mean, I would say yes if it was only for a few minutes and then he just rolled it back. Why wouldn't he just roll it back to the right? Or captain could have said, okay, I have control, try to fix the roll. That wasn't said. I'd be curious to see if they have a CVR for that anywhere, like the whole CVR. I wonder if there was anything else going on in that cockpit. I don't know. Dual input is not required. That's purely necessary because the sticks aren't linked. That's correct. So talking about the dual input and all that stuff, but that is exactly why the dual input exists, is because you can't see what the other pilot is doing in the Airbus. Now, Boeing obviously thought, well, if the stick is there and you can see and feel what the other pilot is doing, there's no reason to set an alarm unless they just don't look. or can't feel it. I don't know. That is a interesting one to break down. James with a $20 super chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I have control. James, appreciate you, man. You do not have control, James. I have control. I have control. You have the radios. Appreciate the $20 super chat, man. But, yeah, positive exchange of flight controls. In Boeing, both yokes are linked. A dual input warning is redundant. That is correct, yes. Judging by an amount of incidents, I think Air France has training problem. It's always Air France. Air France pilots after 1996 can't fly. All they know is change their phone, eat hot chips, and lie. Jeez. I'm curious. I want to look up. I'm going to see if I can find the stats on that crew real quick. Hold on. I wonder if they even published them. No, it talks about Air France crew requirements. A Reuters article on it. Huh. Who were the pilots on Air France 11? Included Captain Alan Rosset and First Officer Frederic Naud. Captain Rosset was a 50s. Oh, no, that's Flight 358. I can't find anything on Air France 11. Oh, here we go. Crew members, Captain John Ognoski 50, Thomas McGinnis. Fly Navy, you're going to hate this one. The first officer was a former Navy fighter pilot. That doesn't make sense. No, it was. That's it. No, that's a 7.6. That was American. That was American 11. Not Air France 11. Disregard. I take it back. The French Navy? Does that even exist? Centers online. Here we go. Mexico Center. Royer. 26.6. I can't find anything on it. Someone do some research. 26.6. Should I give a fake accent to the Senate? Oh, this guy's got a legit accent. Mexico Center, good afternoon. Air France 3, or correction, Aeromexico 357, level 410.
American 357, good evening. Reception transponder, squawk 3267.
3267, Aeromexico 357. 3267.
Delta 631, rear contact, approximately 65 miles northwest of Zacatecas VOR, maintain flight 370.
I just called us Air France. Can't be doing that.
370, position check.
All right.
We are.
So I'm trying to get my. I got to get my views. This is an engine view here. We got to set. I don't want to be like, if I make a fake accent, he's going to be mad at me. Get offended. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you know what? I got to set it from this view here. So I've got my hack view outside. I like doing this better.
Adam Mexico 357, good evening. Rear contact, approximately 56 miles northwest of the Zacatecas VOR. Maintain flight 410 and say Mach number, please.
Maintain flight level 410. We're doing Mach decimal 8-6 for Aeromexico 357.
Mexico 357, thank you.
My Spanish pronunciation is offensive enough. All right. I'm trying to work on my Duolingo.
Mexico Center, Mexicana 111, flight level 350.
Mexicana 111, thank you. Reception transponder, please.
Missed opportunity to do Spanish accent. I was going to. I got nervous.
220, Mexicana 111.
French Navy pilot back in his day probably flew the F-8U flying baguettes.
Bank angle.
The captain had almost 12,000 hours, of
Ooh.
which 1,000 were on the 777. First officer had 5,000 hours, of which 780 were on the 777.
Ooh, Callie Summer, thank you for the $5 bank angle check against that captain with 12,000 hours, 1,000 on the triple. So, I mean, he's new to the triple. I wonder what he flew before the triple. First officer had 5,780 on the triple. And the rest were in probably a 737 or an A320. Who knows? That's crazy. So not super inexperienced. 780 hours, less than 1,000 hours. So he's probably less than a year on the airplane. I don't know how much they fly in France. But, you know, 1,000 hours a year being heavy. That's the max that the U.S. pilot can fly, is 1,000 a year. I've never gotten close to it once I got to my mainline carrier, but at the regional level, I got close to 1,000 hours a year multiple times. Matter of fact, I timed out one year in middle of November. So that was fun. Got the whole month of December off. Look below me. Oh, there he is. He's in the purple jet. Oh, look at this Aero. Man, Chad, what do we think? Aero Mexico versus American bare metal. This Aero Mexico bare metal hits hard. Direct to Duran, Aero Mexico 357. All right, Duran, boom. A 1,000 hours a year is about 2.7 hours a day every day. Yeah, that's not too crazy. I was flying on average like 90 hours a month at the regional level. Some months over 100. So you could see how you could get into 1,000 hours. Now, my current operator, I'm lucky to break 500. I'm actually flying more than I want to. Let's see my year-to-date, chat. My year-to-date right now, including my May schedule, so my May trips that I haven't flown yet, my year-to-date block hours are 156. Yeah, see, we're getting close to, we're going to average a little over 300 this year. That's a lot of flying for me. I like to keep it around 250 a year. My block is, my block is 156. No wonder you don't like to work anymore. Well, here's the kicker. Let's see. With my credit, so credit to block ratio, that's the key. Right now, I'm crediting. Are you ready for this? $352 hours. So let's do the math. What month? And this is with May though, and I have vacation in May. So January, February, March, April, May. That's 5 months. So divide by 5. That's close. That's averaging close to 70 hours a month paid, which is good. Good ratio. A little heavy on the block though. I think I average more hours on Iveo Premium than you actually fly for your job. That's probably true, Team Vodka. That's probably true. But, you know, I can't just sit here and say that it's been like that my whole career. Full flap is at 153 block. Ooh, well, yeah, but you're on reserve though, right? So you get a full credit and your block. So you're doing better than I am in terms of numbers are concerned.
Mexico Center, good afternoon.
Is that with May?
45 heavy.
That's with my May included.
410 Mach 0.86.
Trade secrets, my friend. Trade secrets. I've definitely flown more virtual flight hours than you this year. Probably, Zippy. I don't doubt it.
4216 on the transponder.
Trying out performance in aircraft across 2020 and 2024 with my new setup. Now performance is through the roof. Juice time has commenced. Well, here's to many juices to you, Mr. Alexander.
And for 2545 heavy, could you repeat the squawk for us?
Yeah, no problem. Squawk is 4216 4260.
Oh, you know what? I think that was my to date too. Let's see. Look back. Either way, I think you're outpacing me. So to date for, yeah, without May. What did I say? 156. Yeah, 156. Without May. But my May numbers are super low for flying. Let's see. I already told you that.
2514. Thank you, radar contact.
My May block hours are 31. But I'm going to drop this 3-day, which is going to bring me down significantly. I'll probably have like 15 hours of block, maybe 18 hours of block in May, if I don't pick up any more turns. But I have vacation, so. Look at that. Is that Zippy's contrail right down there below us? I'm going to have to try Sim Update 1 if these stutters keep happening. I don't know why it gets worse and worse. I'm going to have to delete my cache again. Does your monthly block include the Barry Seal side hustle? No. No, it does not. Oh, look at that, though. Looks like we're going to cross over. Zippy, you need to slow down. You're causing separation problems for this guy. Why do we have November 754 Alpha Mike tail number? Is that really what it is? Was this an American 777 sold to Aeromexico? And they didn't want to paint it, so they just put a blue stripe on it? That's cool. Oh, look, we're passing the Pepto jet. When are we getting more Barry? Ah, man, I'm trying. Just don't have the time, my friend. Look at that, our cons crossing. I've been doing cache every time before loading a flight. Yeah, Antonio, I might have to try something like that, too. I might. See if it makes a difference. Don't cross the cons. How fast are you going, Zippy? What are you flying? An E-Jet? I really want to fly those E-Jets again. They are in Sim Update 2. Are we going to have a night approach? Let's see. We are approaching TOD in 80 miles. How do I get the lighting on? I got it. Let's see. The master brightness is on. Push on off. So let's turn you all the way up. Let's turn everything all the way up as we prepare for darkness. No, I don't want outboard. Turn you down. Panel flood heaters low. My feet are getting cold. Shoulder heat. That's nice. What other knobs do we have? File stand and panel flood. Turn those up. There's our phone. Cell call. Alright, we got the lights ready to go. Can we do 0.9 without overspeed? That will overspeed us. We could do... it doesn't go past 8.8. It doesn't go past 8.76 or so. We'll do 8.65 Mach. Always wondered why wide bodies have a third McDo. For the guy in the jump seat so we can follow along? I don't know. In case two of them fail. Satellite. I'm not going to mess around with I'm not going to mess around with the McDo. We found out last time what happened. But what we can do is we can get our ATIS and we can start planning. Like I said, I wanted to prep this descent better than we have been. So ATC flight information, ATIS request for Mexico City. We'll do a VATSIM, send it off. ACARS to change the airlines, more money. Yeah. It's not just in Mexico where the N registrations are common. In final years, Alaska stopped operating Using Costa Rican TI regulation for America North once, and it continues to stay with AV. Interesting. November 754 Alpha Mike was delivered to Aeromexico in 2006. Has 2 GE90s currently stored in LDE. Really? Very cool. Do I think the Black Square Dukes are better modeled than the A2A Comanche? I think the Black Square Dukes are the best airplanes in flight sim that have propellers. Ask anybody who has both. I'm not saying the Comanche is not good. All I'm saying is the Duke is... nothing can beat the Duke, in my personal opinion. You should probably get an E-Jet copy to test when it gets out of internal testing. I hope. Well, Carson said that it's in Sim Update 2 Beta. So if I were to update Sim Update 2 Beta, I think I'd be able to fly them. I'd also be able to fly the 7.2. .745 Alpha Mike was sold to Nordwinds. Really? Is the TBM from Black Square worth buying as well? If you like the TBM, in my opinion, yes, I enjoy the TBM a whole lot. However, the sounds aren't as good as the Dukes. So keep that in mind. But the TBM is a good airplane. I prefer the flight model on the Duke, but love how damage model is modeled on the A2A. Really, Shekovic. I'm gonna have to. I mean, I think I just have a thing. I just don't get super excited about single engine props. You know, I love 2-engine props. FT Sim is a great sound pack for the TBM 850. Really? Probably doesn't work in 24. FT Sim still hasn't made anything for 2024, right? Do you hear the big upset here? BA are ordering 787s with GENX engines now. They've had enough of Rolls-Royce issues. Really? Well, that's no bueno. I kind of like these GE engines, man. That takeoff sound was awesome. And they're not fixing it? 2024 E-Jets currently have sim brief import bug, loading all the waypoints. You have to enter some manually. They ain't fixing it. Okay, interesting. A sim brief import bug, huh? I like to walk around and maintenance of the A2A, but Duke is juicy. Well, I think with the Duke, remember, the Duke isn't even fully compatible. I think, oh my gosh, I almost just dropped my LT. I think the Duke, when it is fully compatible with 2024, I think we're going to see a walk around mode where you're going to be able to like go pull plugs and everything. I think it'll be even better. You should hear the Flight Factor 777. Nah. Here's the thing, AJ. Y'all are trying to pull a fast one on me. So, how much is the Flight Factor 777? The Flight Factor 777 on the X-Plane Org store right now is $90. Okay? How much is the HKK 777 sound pack? HKK 777 sound pack.
Mexico Center.
I don't even know where to buy that.
Hello everyone and welcome to the channel.
Ah!
Good evening. Transponder Squad 3271.
I thought there was a link to it.
Squad 3271.
Oh, HKK is the sounds. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought there you have to buy a sound pack. Yeah. I want to play that video. Good night. Now I'm going to start getting recommendation videos from... I'm not going to get in trouble. I'm done. Look outside. Look at the pretty airplane. German pilot jump scare. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
I forget where I was going. Still. Does your Hey AJ, when your 777 has a fully functioning VNAV, let me know. Then maybe I'll look into it. Let's look at our EFB. Let's look at our arrival, Mexico City. Oh, did we get our ATIS message? We didn't get one back yet, huh? Oh yeah, we have a COM message. New messages. All right, Mexico City, information Bravo. 110 at 10, 7 miles. Towering cumulus. Broken 8,028, 3016, runway 5 in use. IFR traffic, expect ILS a Yankee. All right, what did we select? ILS is Zulu, so we can expect the ILS is Yankee. 05 right approach. So we'll do the Yankee, and let's bring in Mr. Randazzo's hand here. Let's go to the approach for the Yankee. Now let's put you into night mode because you. There we go. It'll be off Upton on the Dara 3. Execute. Beautiful. All right. ILS Yankee, init ref 30 and 134. Now, should we land flaps 30 at Mexico City? Probably, right? 109.1, 055 final approach course. So that's all auto-tuned now in this beautiful airplane, right? We don't have to manually tune anything. So that is set up. Okay. ILS Yankee is current. That's all in the box. We're going to run some perf data numbers here. So let's go ahead and cancel that. Let's go ahead and bring our EFB back over here. And let's do this. Let's go here. Performance. Landing en route. Import from OFP. Runway 05 right. Import aircraft. Import weather. Calculate. So looks like this is giving us 7,500 required landing distance. Available landing distance is 11,000 feet. We've got plenty of space. 138 VREF plus 5 would be 143. So we're going to bump. So what do? We're going to bump this up, right? Let's make this 143. Do we add 5 to it? Seems hot. Put 143 there. 143 is set. Looking at the arrival, let's go back to our arrival. And let's look at the actual descent on the star. The Daran 3 Alpha, Daran 3 Bravo, no. 3 Alpha, that's the pinned one, make it full screen. So we're coming in off of Daran, here to Upton. That's our bottom altitude, 12,500 feet. Speed restrictions, max of 250, max of 230. So let's take a look at our VNAV planning for descent. 82 and 256. Let's make that an even 250 because that's going to be the first. No, erase. 0.82 and 250. Will it take it that way? 82 and 250 for descent. Okay, we're going to plan that speed because that's going to be our first restriction, a max of 250. We probably even have to slow it down even more. We probably should bug 230. Okay, but that's set. We're closing in. We'll get terrain up on ND here. No weather out there. It's a beautiful night. Oh my goodness, sunset time. Let's play some tunes before it gets busy here. I don't like that. I'm over that song. I've heard it too many times. Oh yeah, here's Ooey. Ooey's got it going on. Watch the sunset. It'll be descent here in minutes. Minutes away, chat, for a night approach into Mexico City. Man. Real life, chat. That is real life. Boom. AJ with another $3 super chat. Thanks, sir. Maybe if you pilots flew more, you'd have more money. That's true. Good point. Did you mess with the time again? Didn't you read all the chaos in the Discord? No, I didn't. What's the chaos in the Discord? I changed the time to be present to Texas time. What happens if you mess with the time, Team Vodka? So I could go back to real time, but right now it's 6:20 Central in the sim. Jean, I know. Imagine the 7.4 here. I'm so excited for the 7.4. I know it's so far away, but I'm so excited.
Delta 631 for sequence reducing speed max 78.
How come Qatar never reported on those issues with the XWB? Seems like the sales tacked by Emirates.
Yeah, Delta 631 for sequence, reduce speed Mach 78.
78.
Slow it down, Zippy. Probably a year away. Yeah, easily. Is Salty 74 good? Eh. Is there any 747 in 2024 worth flying? So is the default 747-8 in 2024 any good at all? I haven't even tried it. I liked the default 74 2020 when we had like the working title mod and we had the sound pack and the effects. Like, it was fun flying that airplane. Which you like more, PMDG triple or Indy Builds 350? Oh man, put me on the spot. I don't know, dude. I like the 350. I know a lot of people in chat will argue with me, and again, I can only give you my personal experiences. You've seen them all on stream. We've done 6 or 7 350 streams. I've not run into a single issue. But if I'm going to be honest with you, I'm gonna lean 777 for one reason alone. I like the livery options better on the 777. You don't have bare metal on the 350. You don't have Aeromexico bare metal on the 350. You don't have Battleship Gray on the 350. So for those reasons, I'm gonna lean triple. Wingnut says, I'll translate PMDG, but I want any builds to give me the L1011. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not going to argue with you. I would love to have a pre-release of the L1011, that's for sure. Fred, the 777 for me does have better performance, correct. Now, I will say the 350 without the cabin is really good on my system too. Just Flight needs to do an L10. I wish, dude, but they won't. Airbus Trader. No, if you take liveries away, Vladimir, if you take liveries away, then I would lean 350. I like the sounds of the flaps. I like the sounds of the engines. And not that I don't like the sounds of these engines. I mean, these GE engines are by far my favorite now, I think. It's, I don't know, man. They're both good, dude. They're both pretty good. This is how we get them, chat. Big elephant in the room. Any builds produces mid-tier planes while PMDG produces top tier. Not even a debate here. Well, I mean, I do not fly the 350, nor do I fly the 777 in real life, so I wouldn't know how to sniff out the intricacies below the surface systems, right? So I'll have to consult you to, or defer you to
Delta 294, reduce Mach 80 for sequence.
The own pilots.
0.
I debate that. Not top tier, says AJ. I'm going to be very curious to see how the 74-100 comes out, and 200, because PMDG has never made a classic 747. They've only made the 400, right? Unless I've been living under a rock. So the classic 74 that they're making is got to be from scratch, right? So that's got me excited.
Good evening.
For the 73 example, you need the Boris Audio Soundpack to really make it great. Zippy, I think that the Boris Audio Works makes it phenomenal, yes. But I do think that the 73 Soundpack is not bad. Embraer needs more love in the sim. E2 and ERJs. Victor, I agree. 190 E2. Somebody make a 190 E2, please. That's like my favorite regional jet ever now, is the E190 E2. Looks amazing. It's the 757 Neo we never had. And about half the size. Yeah, see, they only made the 4 and 800, so that's why I'm like, man, they're making a classic. It's going to be from scratch. What are they going to bring to the table? I agree. Just Flight makes top tier. Yeah. That's us. When they're ready. Alright, pilot discretion, descend flight level 210 and level by Duran for Air Mexico 357. I said that twice. 210, VNAV speed, push it.
Delta 631,
Do something.
pilot discretion, descend and maintain
No,
flight
it's
level
not descending.
230,
We need to go down. Manage speed. FMC, descend now. Flight level change. Alright, we gotta focus. Boeing VNAV added again here for Airbus guy. Alright, let me bring up the sounds. You have to flight level change that, so you can't like manage speed descend it, huh? He wants us to be level by Duran. That's going to be challenging. So let's do this. Flight level 210. Hard altitude. Execute. Speed brakes. Don't stall. We're at 40,000 feet here. I bet that VLS is coming up to bite us. Speed brake crack. Here we go. I thought I could catch up to a VNAV there. I don't know. Let's bring the speed brake out. 8,000 feet high. It's going to be tight. There's our banana. Banana's at Duran now, so we might make this. Let's go ahead and tidy up the cabin. Seatbelts, no smoking sign are coming on. Let's throw the wing light on early and logo light on early for cinematic juice purposes. Look at that. That is real life right there. Come on. Come on, AJ. Where are you at with your X-Plane 9? That's real life. Look at that flex on that wing out there. Looking so good, man. Done. Real life. In the house. All right. Let's fly this thing, though. So, a couple things we should talk about. Also, we should go back to our perf real quick. What type of auto brakes were we looking at? This doesn't tell me auto brake 3. Let's do auto brake 2. Let's do auto brake 2 so we don't smoke the brakes. Auto brake 2 selected. 20 degrees down, Bubba. We're coming on down. Let's go ahead and bring out our checklist. Descent checklist. Recall check. Notes are checked. Auto brakes 2. Landing data, VREF, and bugs were 30-143. Check. Approach briefing completed. High density altitude. You're going to need a flare because you're landing at 10,000 feet. What is the field elevation? 7,200 feet. Okay, plus density altitude, so it's up there. It's high. We do have 13,000 feet of runway to land, though. We got a little over half the runway for our margin. So we're doing auto brakes 2, full flaps, full reverse. We have a max 250 and then a max 230. So I'm actually okay at leaving this here at 240 knots. Let's split the difference. We'll bring it back to 240. We're flight level change speed. We're trying to catch up to our descent profile here. Let's get a little bit more speed brake in there. Why are we in flight level change and not VNAV? Well, it wouldn't take it. Can I try VNAV now? VNAV speed. Okay. Well, now we're going down. It like wouldn't start the descent. I thought I like pushed it and it just kind of stayed there.
American 25, 4574 help flight.
Hi, direct to Takeoff for American 2545.
It sounds like everybody wants to have a fake Mexican accent, but then they chicken out right when they key the mic. No VNAV issues, AJ. Look at that. Do you have that in your flight factor? I don't think you have VNAV speed in your flight factor. All right, descent checklist complete. Approach checklist, altimeters. You pre-select your descent altitude before TD and it will start. Yeah, I know that's how automatically, but what about after? Because he didn't give us a descent clearance until after our top of descent. So I went down to flight level change. Who's texting me?
That was our Canada 6.
I know Delta 294 Heavy.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Delta 294 Heavy. Pilot discretion, descent level 210, be level by that.
Discretion, descent level 210.
Air Mexico 357, contact Mexico approach now, 121.2,
121.2. Have a good one, Air Mexico 357. All right, so this is our opportunity to key up the mic with a fake accent. Do we do it? What's the ATIS? This is approach. The arrival ATIS is information Charlie. Approach, good evening, Air Mexico 357, 25-8, descending flight level 210 terrain with Charlie. (21-2), 21-2.
Mexico 357 Heavy, Mexico approach, good evening, radar contact flight level 250, continue to descend via the runway Alpha, arrival to 14,000, 14,000. Expect the ILS Yankee approach into runway 05 right, Mexico City QNH 3016.
Descend via the arrival to 14,000 for ILS 5 right, Mexico 357 Heavy. Sometimes we make it, sometimes we don't, eh? Alright, now which light knob controls the glare shield flood right here? Man, look at that glow. There we go, gotta turn that glare shield flood down a little bit. Night lighting is pretty sick on this airplane. There's Mexico City on the horizon. Alright, so we're descend via, so we should get VNAV path. Beautiful. Stow the speed brake. Speed brake is stowed. We're throttle hold. That always makes me nervous because I don't know what to do with throttle hold.
Alpha arrival to 14,000, 14,000 feet. Expect the ILS Yankee approach into runway 05 right, Mexico City QNH 3016.
We're descending. Terrain mode is on. We're passing this at 21,000. We're descending via 14,000.
Expecting ILS Yankee for 05 right and 3007.
Yankee for 5 right, that's what we have planned. 250, 230.
3016, 3016.
3016, 3016.
Our apologies, 3016.
Hey, you said do it. Hey, we know with $10 super chat, man. What's up? Thank you. Not sure what the Tooth Fairy pays these days. But here's a start. Hey, man, thanks for the $10 banking check. $10 towards Gordy. Thanks for the $10 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Oh, Miss V1 is here. What's going on? V1 burning Tooth Fairy money on this expressions. Okay, so you said something about tooth comment. Okay, now it makes sense. I was wondering, I was like, how did he know she's about to lose a tooth?
Delta 6313 indicated airspeed.
Was that for us?
Oh, no.
Hold on, you guys distracted me.
Delta 61, Roger, reduce
that $10 could have been to buy a scenery.
210, Delta 351.
Oh, she lost her tooth? How? I was going to pull it out with the door. Oh, full flap, dude. I was going to, so we've pulled out 2 teeth with the doorknob thing. We were going to use the bolt release on this one. I was going to tie it to the bolt and, like, let the bolt go forward. I can't believe she lost it. Oh, no, on our middle child's head? Oh, no.
Expect the ILS Yankee approach into runway 05 right.
Sounds like we're missing a wild night at home, chat. All right, 3016.
Via the Durand Street down to
Did you say 3016? Because I'm getting 29 or 84.
Thank you.
The classic sibling headbutt. Well,
589.
there you go, hon.
Departures. Good evening. Radar contact crossing.
Full flap or wing nut just he covered our Tooth Fairy fees for this evening.
Level 290, please.
Question is the tooth still in the head? Gosh, I hope not.
Approach Delta 631, unable 210. I can give you 220 at that.
That's okay. Maintain 220 indicated, please.
All right, MX750 max 230. So we need to do the speed thing and do this right here. And approach for MX0357. Can you confirm the altimeter setting one more time?
That is 3016.
All right, 3016. Thank you. All right, we're going to set what he's saying. Now, I don't know. We're going to go with the sim altimeter, 29 or 88. Altimeters are set cross-check.
360 Mexico approach. Good evening. Radar contact flow 300. Continue your descent via the Naga 3 Alpha.
Confirm the tooth is still not in head. I'll never forget. I lost a tooth in a meatball hoagie. Oh my gosh. All right, back to work. We're almost done, hon. We're going to wrap this one up and get out of here. We're getting a little bit high. Speed brake action's coming out. How do we dim the cabin on this thing? Oh my gosh, look at this. It's a beautiful approach, though. We're through 10,000 above touchdown, so lights are coming on, so I don't forget for the recording. Everything is set. Seatbelts are on.
589, turn left, direct equine, climb and maintain flow level 290. Left, direct equine 290.
Oh.
Mexico approach, Mexicano 111.
You would sim if Tooth Fairies give out Gordy carbines, I'll pull a few. Dude, I've got the perfect idea to convince you to not get a PC and get a Gordy. I just you can't get the PC until I show you my teaser. I've got a Gordy carbine teaser I'm going to show you. Look at this though.
Mexico 357 heavy, maintain present heading, fly direct Almis, descend maintain 14,000 feet.
Present heading, then direct Almis, Airline 357. Repeat the altitude, please.
14,000, 14,000.
Okay, descend and maintain 14,000 direct Almis, Airline 357 heavy. All right, we're LNAV, VNAV, 14,000. Let's just flight level change it on down now. Let's just do 230, flight level change down to 14,000. We're direct to Almis. That cuts off that little turn there. But now this is where you got to be careful coming in here because this is 210 now at Almis. So we're going to have to slow down. And then this is going to lead us right into the approach. So I'm actually going to dial in 210 right now. We're going to crack the speed brake. And we are going to catch up to this path here. Don't record. Always a stutter with recording. Nah, we're going to start the recording, man. We got to see this landing. Recorder is up. We got to see this landing. I haven't started it yet. I'll start the recording when we turn final, though. All right, 210. I'm board. Flaps 1.
Contact Mexico Center 126.60. Hybrid flight.
Contact center now. High flight 205 Super. Thank you for your ATC opportunity.
Sounds are coming all the way up. Fly with Greg. What's up, man? I'm an Airbus guy, dude. I fly the Airbus, so this is out of my comfort zone, but I still have fun with it. Less than 1,000 to level off, speed out, stow the brakes. Let's go ahead and arm it, actually. Speed brake armed. Cams are coming up. Mexico City at night. Epic. I love Mexico City. In the sim. Don't drink the water.
Mexico City approach. Good afternoon. American 2545 is through 250 for 210.
American 2545 Heavy, Mexico approach. Good evening, radar contact 245. Continue your descent via the runway for arrival to 14,000 feet. Expect the ILS Yankee approach into runway
some
05
chop
right,
over the mountains here on our descent.
Alright, continue on down and approach to
And F30, 143, that's still
140.
checks.
Expect ILS Yankee for 05 right, American 2545 Heavy.
Bumpy right here. Look at that, man. We're gonna get knocked around coming over these hills.
Delta 631, turn right, direct Almy to maintain 14,000.
Right, turn direct on at 14,000 Delta.
Look at that wing flexing out there, man. We are getting our butts kicked. All right, Almy's at 114. If he gives us another descent clearance, it's going to be pretty much on the chart. So let's go back to, it's 12.5 at Upton. It's going to be on the approach chart, so let's pull that up now. ILS Yankee, 05 right, full screen. Zoom you in to what we care about. There's Upton, max 210, mandatory 8,900, minimum 160.
For Mexico 357 Heavy, descending maintain 12,500, clear for the ILS Yankee approach, runway 05 right.
Center maintain 12,500, clear ILS Yankee at 05 right for Mexico 357 Heavy. Alright, we're going to do this first before we start down. 180. 12,500. Let's get down. Flaps 5. Go down, go down. Why are we going down? Flight level change speed. See, the VNAV path is above us. Oh, it's just trickling down now. Okay, so now this I'm unsure about for Boeing. If we arm it now, is that going to hose us? Low glide slope are armed. Let's make sure we don't get hosed here. When we hit Manoso, inbound, we'll start the recording. So you guys need to be good first officers. Come and hit the record over Manoso. Wow, this night lighting, though, is insane. You can even see lights on that mountain over there. Loc, then approach. Oh my gosh, look at that view. Wow. You could almost see like there's a haze down here as well, and the haze is lighting up from the lights, but it's not thick clouds. That is seriously real life, Zach. Zach, I agree. This is seriously real life lighting going on down here. Do you think I start with Microsoft Flight Sim 95? This is just insane? I know, John. I totally agree with you, man. Every time I see this, it's crazy.
I just confirmed that was Delta.
Gustavo, do you guys have Discord on your controller today? And director for VATMEX, next time Flight Mex, let me know. I'll arrange ATC. Gustavo, thank you so much, man, for the ATC. I love flying down to Mexico, man, South America. Appreciate y'all hopping on tonight. We're getting high on path, and I don't understand why. Yes, I do have Discord, Gustavo. It's on the in the description below, I believe. If not, maybe a mod will be so kind to pop it up, or AJ will. Thank you. See, why did it get high on path for me here? Speed brake's coming out. Let's start slowing all the way up. Why is the thrust still? See, I don't understand throttle hold. Auto thrust coming off. I have the auto throttle. I don't understand that. Gear's coming down. I don't understand how it's in hold mode, but still at like 50%.
For Mexico 357 Heavy, saying because of airspeed.
We're slowing through 160 knots, Air Mexico 357 Heavy.
357 Heavy, roger. Thank you. Delta 631, say indicator speed.
220 knots, Delta 631.
What's the lowest you can get?
But see, now it's still high on the approach.
Like, I mean, slowest you can get.
Outer above 10. 8,900 mandatory, that's what we're setting.
We can go down to minimum or we can go down to 180.
Keep it 180 for now. I'll let you know when you can get speed back at your discretion.
Go down.
180 for now.
Go down. Go down. Vertical speed, dude, dang you. Go down. Go down. Descend. 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 I had VNAV on, man. Dude, I had VNAV on, but it didn't want to go down. It's just hovering.
Total 61, descending maintain 12,500, cleared ILS Yankee, wrong 05 right.
Cleared ILS Yankee 05 right for Mexico 357 heavy.
Negative Delta for Delta 631.
So Delta 631. Oh. See, Delta, answer the radio call.
Yeah, again, 631.
Pay attention.
Delta 631, descending maintain 12,500, cleared ILS Yankee, wrong 05 right.
12,500 and cleared to the ILS.
We're gonna be so freaking high on
111, turn right, direct Almy, descending maintain 14,000, 14,000.
Direct Almy, 14,000. Kind of 11.
I'm done with you.
Approach Delta 631.
Go ahead.
I'm done with all of you.
I confirm that you told me to extend to 12,500,
done with all of you.
but the mandatory for the ILS is
No wonder everyone's crashing 777s.
61, yeah, that was for
Flaps 30's coming in.
Delta 61, stand by. American 2545, descend now 14,000, 14,000. 14,000.
Localizers live. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't have started the recording. A little bit of an overshoot there for sure. Oh no, look at that stutter.
Delta 61, yeah, I told you 12,500 for intercept initial approach.
Alright, speed brake is armed.
But yeah, after that, then you can go lower, following the approach plate.
Roger.
Air Mexico 357 Heavy, research terminated, contact tower 118.55, welcome to Mexico City.
18.5, Air Mexico 357 Heavy, thank you. Tower, good evening, Air Mexico 357 Heavy, ILS 05 right. One 1855. Tower, good evening, Air Mexico 357 Heavy, ILS 05 right.
Air Mexico 357 Heavy, good afternoon, from the 05 right. 120 degrees at 180 knots, and 3016, clear to land.
Clear to land, 05 right, Air Mexico 357 Heavy. I don't like, these speeds are too fast. We need to be at 133. I could just tell. $138, we should bug here. There we go, that feels better.
1,000.
1,000 feet, we're stable. We made it. We made it stable by 1,000.
Are you coming on a group of 5, right?
Sorry, was that for Air Mexico 357 Heavy?
Yes, I'm asking you if you're coming on a group of 5 planes.
Oh, a group flight? No, sir, no group flight. Just flying down here tonight.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
And just confirm we are clear to land 05, right? Air Mexico 357 Heavy?
Yeah, that's correct.
That scared me there. Wow, 20 knot crosswind here.
$100. $50. 30, 20, 10.
When able, back it on to the right. Please, no delay. I have a trust on ship time.
Dude, I'm... Oh, I've only got one reverse. Manual braking. Dude's telling us a taxi instruction. We haven't even touched down yet.
Delta 631 and 0.
Delta 631, you're going to have to go around. Does he want us to go right or left?
Mexico City Tower, Delta 631.
Okay, expect close to the runway clearance.
05 right.
I don't want to cross that runway, so we're going to come all the way over here.
Right, wind 120 degrees.
I'm trying to hustle.
Unit 3016, clear to land.
Clear to land, 05 right.
I'm trying to hustle off the runway there, so...
Mexico 357 heavy, continued taxi on the scope, runway 05 to left, then Charlie 2 Bravo to the gate at your discretion.
All right, on Echo, cross runway 05 left, Charlie 2 Bravo to the gate. Thanks for the ATC tonight for Mexico 357 heavy. All right, let's figure out where we're going here.
Delta 631, when able, back it to the right.
All right, we're clear to cross, clear left, clear to cross. Stop the recording. And he said 0 Echo, and then Charlie 2 and Bravo is right here. So we'll take Bravo, be a left turn on Bravo. As we go into the lights there a little bit. All right. Whew.
Take anything right, Delta 631.
That was excessively task saturating.
Delta 631, thank you very much. Continue taxi go.
Let's clean it up.
Echo, Alpha 4, gate at your discretion.
So, a lot of things to break down on that one.
Delta 294, heavy established ILS Yankee 05 right.
I don't understand. I guess so, yeah, because I had the altitude armed at 12.5, so it wouldn't VNAV down. I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it back. I know it's pilot error, but it's stupid Boeing design. We got her down. We got her stable. I just don't understand how I could be high on profile, above my platform altitude, in flight level change, and the throttle's at 50% thrust.
Delta Echo and Alpha 4 for Delta 631.
So I just don't understand that logic with Boeing. I understand when you go throttle hold, that means you have to move the thrust levers. But if you have auto throttle, don't override your thrust levers, then there's no way for you to bring it to idle unless you disconnect the auto throttle then, right? So that's why I disconnected the auto throttle, because like, well, I know in the box in the FMC I have never override the auto throttle, and I know there's an option override when in hold mode, and I guess that's why. But my goodness, why is that a thing? Why is throttle hold mode a thing? I don't understand a benefit to that. I understand hold mode now, you got to move it, but can somebody tell me the benefit of hold mode? Maybe it has to do something with the like fly-by-wire and like some of the load, maybe some of that. I'm not sure. But we'll taxi on down here to Hotel Day Adobo. We've finished all that. Shut down. We don't need you. Let's just go ahead and blank you out. Nevertheless, welcome to Mexico City chat. That was still a sick approach. 20-knot crosswind. We did get some stutters, but it smoothed out on the flare, so really no excuse there. We've got a little bit high, then a little bit low. That's Mexico City, though, man. 20-knot crosswind. It's ripping in here. Your high altitude, high elevation. Look at our... Yeah, so, and that's another thing that's crazy. 3016, but just 10 minutes ago, the Magic Barrel ref key was telling me 29 or 88. Look at that. That's a massive difference in altitude there, too. A lot of crazy stuff going on in that approach. A lot of crazy stuff. But we didn't violate anything. We didn't bend anything. And we can use the airplane again. So that is a benefit. I don't know about the 777, but the 73 only goes hold on takeoff. It goes arm and descent and allows you to control the rate of descent in flight level change. So that's basically just like a descent in speed mode in IAS hold is what it is. But if you want flight level change, why can't you just... Doesn't flight level change mean you want to change flight level? So theoretically, if the thrust is up and you're in hold mode in flight level change, you could not be changing flight level at all. So really, it shouldn't be called flight level change. It should be called flight level change maybe, is what it should be called.
All right, whatever. We'll exit right.
You know, because if you associate flight level change with, oh, whenever I hit flight level change, I'm going to be power idle and we're going to descend, but that's not really always the case. Old man yells at airplane vibes. I just think it's dumb. I just think throttle hold is dumb design. .320 Simpilot explains Boeing logic really well. I mean, I can understand I understand how it works now, but I think it's dumb. There's no point of throttle hold. I just think it's dumb.
Alright, Golf Delta Echo Alpha 4.
I just think throttle hold is dumb. I think throttle hold is dumb. Changed my mind. Boomers in chat. Throttle hold is dumb. It allows you to do flight level change without skyrocketing. But that's the point of flight level change. If you don't want to skyrocket out of the sky, you're going to be in VNAV or vertical speed. What's the point of flight level change is what I'm saying. Boomers in chat. Put the boomer emoji in chat if you agree with me that throttle hold is dumb. All right, let's see who else is landing. Anybody else crash landing here? We've got someone else on final, I think. Is that some? Oh yeah, we got a couple on final. This ought to be interesting approach watching here. We got 2 on the circle right now. 777 APU doubles as an excuse generator. Oh my goodness. Is hold mode a carryover from older aircraft that doesn't have sophisticated VNAV? I don't know. Hold mode to me is basically speed mode descent then, right? Because in speed mode descent, you control the rate of descent via the speed. And if you increase the thrust, therefore the speed, your descent rate is going to be lower. So to me, it seems like a carryover from airplanes that didn't have auto throttles. That's what it seems like. Because with an auto throttle, it makes no sense. With an auto throttle, it makes 0 sense to have throttle hold. In an airplane without auto throttle, it does make sense. Because that's exactly what you are doing, your speed level hold. So full flap is wrong again. Hold mode is dumb. All right, let's watch this guy crash. We've got 2 on final. That's spicy in there tonight, though. Oh, look at that crab. Oh, that's the Mexicana. Oh, he's floating all the way to Cancun. My goodness, dude. Ooh. 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 What is he doing? He must be in 2020 because he's ice skating. Look at him trying to maintain center line. I think my drone cam... hold on. I think I have, like, the focus thing off.
Mexicana 111, whenever ready to the right, 2 correction to the left.
Okay, vacating left, Mexicana 1.
I don't know, maybe. Dude.
Mexico City Tower, American 2545, heavy, established, 05 right.
Who was Mexicana? That dude basically wrecked that 319. That guy wrecked that 319. He was right on center line, though. He was right on center line with about 16 G's of side loading. My goodness. I don't know how you... I always wondered how you tail strike 319. I think we just saw it, Chad.
Heavy, right.
My goodness. That's funny.
Close the land, 05 right, American 2545 heavy.
They should rename it pilot mode. So this guy. I mean, it was spicy. Zippy, how was your landing rate? Alright, who we got here? We got another one on... Ooh, is this a heavy? I can't tell. I think that's a heavy out there. He's a little far out. So we're on the aiming markers. Watch this guy land, then we'll assess our own landing. Mexico City, for some reason, it's always a spicy approach. I don't care if it's light winds and a million miles of visibility. I feel like it always gets spicy.
5 left, Bravo to the ramp. 1 Mexicana 1.
Hey Mexicana, how was that landing rate? I want to say that, but I'm not going to. So this is another 2020 user here with no gear. Oof! That's a high density altitude impact for you. Right on center line. Not really on center line. Halfway on center line. Yeah, you're supposed to land between the center on the center line, not between the center line and the edge lights. And he's going to say, "Oh, I was on center line in my scenery," but that's a lie because look how he corrected to center line. Yeah, you were way off center line, brother. I think that was Team Vodka. Was that you, Vodka? Landed between the edge lights and the center line. I don't see anybody. Oh, we have one more turn and final. Yep, we got one more in the turn. Dude, I love Mexico City approach. We need to do a Mexico City fly-in. Disconnect and reconnect? All right, let's see who this American is. Is it Vodka?
To the left,
Nope.
American 2545 will be on Foxtrot.
Who was that? Who's that? How was that landing?
Sketchy.
Did they put salt in your tea today? Nah, man, I'm just having fun, dude. You guys give me crap all the time. So now I got to criticize the hell out of you.
Air Canada 367 with the Island Yankee 5
Ooh, Air Canada. Might have to wait for Air Canada. Hopefully he lands on the runway and not the taxiway. They didn't clearly put how flight level change works in this T. Look, no, full flap. Okay, so agree or disagree with me on this. Throttle hold in an airplane with auto throttle is redundantly stupid because the point of flight level change is to change flight levels in speed mode with control of your speed, essentially. Disagree. I use it every flight.
American.
Okay, well, that's because you never flew an Embraer. So let me show you a better scenario, full flap. Auto throttle does everything that auto throttle does. If you want to override it, oh, dear God, look at this guy. I'm about to rip the gear off. In the Embraer, you just pull the thrust levers back, and it just says throttle override. You never change modes. So if you're descending in a flight level change, and you're like, oh, I'm a little bit too fast, you can throttle override, push up on the throttles just a little bit. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wingtip strike. Brother, are you going to make it? Oh, I don't know, Chad. We may... Ooh! Ooh! Oh, pod strike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Crash, fire, and rescue. Do we need crash, fire, and rescue? Ooh. Do we need crash, fire, and rescue?
Air Canada heavy whenever that is.
Left with able, certainly not my first landing. Air Canada 367.
He landed so hard his gear's not textured. Oh, see, y'all give me crap about coming into Mexico City. Coming in here tonight, 20-knot crosswind is not easy. I take back my boomer emoji, says Victor, because I Embraer better. No, that's one thing. The Embraer auto throttle and VNAV system is the best, most intuitive, and situational aware VNAV system out there, in my opinion. Now, I would argue that maybe the 350 has some really good VNAV because you have the vertical profile and everything like that. But I don't know enough about the 350. I'm not typed on it. But I think if there was a competitor, I think the 350 would be there. But 350 excluded, 737s, A320s, doesn't matter. CRJ, ERJ. The 170, 190 VNAV is, in my opinion, the best VNAV system out there because it's very intuitive. The throttle override is very intuitive. It's really good to use, really easy to use. None of this freaking throttle hold mode. I mean, clearly there's a problem with throttle hold because they stuffed the seawall because of throttle hold, right? I'm going to get a throttle hold emoji just because it makes me so frustrated. Bounce to nose wheel. Side loaded is diabetic. Oh, that's diabetic lad? Oh no. That's diabolical. Turning final in the Lear. All right, we're going to have to see a Lear. Let's widen the time back a little bit. Let's get a little lighter. And then I got to go. What time is it? 7 o'clock? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Right there. Just a little bit brighter. There's the Lear right there, I think. The controller is here. The controller here is... Where? Oh, I don't like Mexico City? What? Dude, Mexico City was epic. Oh, Zippy. Zippy's in chat. Everybody, Zippy, how was your landing? Which one were you? Tell me you were the one that... you were that Air Canada. Were you Air Canada, Zippy? JJ's catching strays. The ILS is right, Zippy. ILS is right. Oh, you were Delta 631. Oh, you were the one that impacted. You left the crater in the runway. One of these nights we're gonna schedule a Mexico City fly-in. And I'm gonna be. I want to be the first one in the line, so we can sit here and plane spot. But we have to do it when the winds are ripping, like tonight. Like I do 20 knot crosswind or greater. If there's ever a day, for those of you that are in touch with Mexico City, if you find a day that the winds are just like going to be nasty, try to get a hold of me on Discord so we can stream a little conga line in there. Make it a night flight, and I'm in. Oh yeah, Andre.
Mexico City Tower and 96.
Zippy, listen, I had enough problems, all right? I'm just glad we didn't bend anything.
November 908.
I did slow a little early, but we're fine.
Right.
727s will be fun, dude. I think the 727 here would be easier because you just fly it. You don't have to worry about throttle hold and flight level change and altitude ACQ and lope before slope.
Copy, 60 Alpha.
Most advanced airliner Boeing's ever made. Break. Slow a little early, drop the gear at 3,000 feet. I know I did. Look, I panicked, okay? There's nothing wrong with dropping the gear at 3,000 feet. We were high. We needed to get down. I need the plane released. I got ICN, MNL, and Speedbed to somewhere lined up. Very cool. United Newark to Hamburg. Ooh, those are some good routes. I dropped the gear today at 11. What was my MS altitude when I dropped it? 12,000? It's only 3,000 feet above. I mean, it's not that crazy. And Zippy, I was high too. I don't know why Wingnut's giving me grief. I was high on the path, dude. All right. Oh, here's a Lear 35 coming in. This ought to be sporty for him. I wish I could zoom in without losing the focus. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, he's doing a pretty good job, actually. Right on the markers. Oh! Ooh, wingtip strike. I was just going to say, best one yet. Oof. That was good until he bounced it. He was dragging it in, trying to get the markers because he knew we were sitting on it. All right, I think that's everybody.
Alpha, where are you going today?
All right.
Say again, number 60.
Yeah, where are you going today?
He doesn't know. He's still changing his pants out. He doesn't know where he's headed yet. All right.
Okay, we don't have a general admission of this airport. We can pass it to the...
He flew a GA bird in here. It's like, there's no GA here at Mexico City, sir.
Apron will tuck to the right for 60 Alpha.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
We'll just be headed to the south hangars.
I'm going to disconnect.
Here, 60 Alpha.
We're going to watch the replay. I've had too much fun. I guess we'll just leave. I'm going to leave the airplane on. We're not going to shut her down. Everything is set. We're disconnected from ATC. Replay is up. I got to put the flaps back out. I should probably rearm those. Did I lower the gear? Yeah, the gear is out. No, it's not. So gear's coming back up. All right. Let's see how we did here. Let's get our lights back on. Please let me turn the lights on. Oh, the lights are already on. Turn off. Beautiful. Wing light. Beautiful. Ooh, it lets me do that in replay. Shout out PMDG. Cool. Oh my goodness. I love the banter. Zippy Zapple had a 315 at 9.4 G. Oh, 0.94 G. Makes no sense. Impossible. Impossible. How many feet? How much is gravity in feet per second? How fast is gravity in feet per second? In feet per second, it's 32.1 feet per second. So if you landed at 315 feet per minute, here comes some pilot math. Divided by 32. 9. So 32 divided by 9 is 3.5. So you were 2/3 the speed of gravity and landed less than 1 G. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. V1 is the vertical speed is not instantaneous. No, vertical speed is instantaneous. G is not. So here's what we found out, Gus. So even on the Airbus, the G load on landing is recorded over a 3-second period. So the G loading that you read out on a landing report and that maintenance goes off of, it's captured in a 3-second interval from impact to duration of the spoilers and the actual G felt on the airplane. So here's the problem that I think is happening, Gus. I think all these landing programs, they record an instantaneous G load when the wheels hit, which is not what the airplanes do. Because at some point throughout that landing, you got to be above 1G or else you're never going to land. Even if, say, you're touching down at like 0.5 and it's rapidly going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 1.5, 1.6, whatever. So the real airplanes record G loading over a 3-second window. And I think Volanta G's, I think it records G's instantaneous, which is not correct. Anyway, go back to your X-Plane 9, Gus.
Too low, gear.
What's happening? Oh, shoot, the gear level's
Too
not
low, gear. Too low, gear.
Look at this spicy landing, though. It extrapolates the theoretical G? No, I don't believe it. I've never seen a less than a 1G landing in an Airbus. I've seen 1.0 something, but never seen less than 1G. And guys are getting less than 1G every single flight, which to me doesn't seem realistic. Here we go. Look at it off. Oh my goodness. Maybe not the greaser, but bang on center line. Look at that D-crab, chat. Hold on. Let's launch G's. Let's launch G's. Bang on center line. Full flap. Bang on center line. Zoom replay. We need a good Lear stream, dude. We do. Oh no, chat. We landed at 0.98 G. We landed at 161 feet per minute at 0.98 G. I don't believe it one bit. So you're telling me, Gus. Gus is telling me that this landing impact is less than 1 G. At 160 feet per minute. I don't believe it one bit. Let's do one more. Look at this. Look at from the jump seat view though. Watch this. This is sick.
Too low, terrain.
20 knot, 15 knot direct
terrain.
crosswind right here.
Too low, terrain. 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 Too low, terrain.
D-crab.
Too low, terrain.
Oh my goodness. That was 187 at 0.92 G. The G's are going down and the feet per minute's going up. Alexander. All right, I'm done. I'm still salty about throttle hold. All right, what am I doing here? Sails coming up. Let's wind it back.
Too low.
Man, we had way fewer likes than I would anticipate for a stream as fun as this one. I had fun. I guess y'all did have fun. I had a ton of fun on this one. If you haven't already, do hit that like button, though. Get the likes up before we head out of here. I may or may not be here tomorrow. It just depends on if I come back from the range or not, because I'm picking up a Pew Pew toy tomorrow. So I might stream tomorrow. We might do, I don't know, I kind of want to do another 777 with these GE engines. Maybe like a short haul domestic flight. Do like LA to Phoenix. I don't know. Oh, if Full Flap is streaming, we'll go watch Full Flap Sim instead. We'll go grift over there. All right, Callie Simmer, thank you again. Thank you all for the support. Let's see here. We got Callie Simmer, AJ Funari, a Wingnut for the Tooth Fairy money. Appreciate you. James with the $20 super chat earlier on. Thank you so much for the support. JJ Stevens, Eddie, and Mad Cat. Thank you all for the support. Everyone else that tuned in, appreciate you as well. Show me the love by hitting that like button before you leave the stream. I'll let you watch the replay, the last one right here. You can enjoy the approach all the way in. Now that landing rate was 0.88 G at 276 feet per minute, so something's wonky. But that's going to do it for me, y'all. So y'all are awesome. Thank you so much for the support. I had fun. I hope you had fun. Hopefully no one left too offended. But that's how we do here at B1 Nation, right? Like to have fun, like to have some banter. But at the end of the day, we all love airplanes. We're all airplane nerds. And you can't land less than 1 G. On that note, till the next one, stay safe, stay healthy. I'm V1. See you.